Chapter 663. How about another battle? Gotcha! The invincible thunder was split into two, causing the eyes of the inn's crowd to narrow. The purple lightning young master's other hand was still holding onto the wine cup. He originally wanted to slowly drink, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He turned his head and saw that the blinding and merciless sword light was already slashing towards him. Everlasting black hole! In his anxiety, he threw away the wine cup in his hand. Both his hands moved rapidly, and a terrifying thunder whirlpool appeared in front of him, wanting to block that sword. The limitless black hole was his trump card. It had reached 50% of the true meaning of thunder. In the past, he had relied on this martial art to dominate the early sovereign spirit realm. But today, facing 60% of the true meaning of sword, and even a sword strike that contained the profound meaning of tyranny, this trump card had been broken. Gotcha! The sword slashed across, and the everlasting black hole was split into two. That extreme sword light was unstoppable. Not good. The purple lightning young master anxiously retreated, knocking over a large number of tables, causing wine to spill all over his body. He then roared out, "Purple lightning firmament palm!" Rumble! Following his palm strike, there was a crackling sound of thunder. A purple lightning ball appeared, like a sea urchin, and crazily clashed with the sword light. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded, blowing the restaurant into pieces. The two powerful forces collided, and only then did the terrifying sword light disappear. When the energy gradually dissipated, everyone's hearts trembled in fear as they looked up. On the first floor, the purple lightning young master was standing there in a sorry state. His long hair was disheveled, and because he had broken a large number of tables, his body was covered in wine. Below his eye there was a sword wound and blood was flowing out. He might have blocked that sword, but his face was still cut by the sword chi. 3 moves. He used a total of 3 moves to block that sword. That young man is a servant? When everyone saw this scene, their hearts violently jumped. After Lin Ling attacked, they were still thinking about how the purple lightning young master would deal with it calmly and teach Lin Ling a lesson. But the result was that the purple lightning young master's face was disfigured. "You think you are qualified to teach me a lesson?" At that moment, an indifferent voice came from the second floor, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble again. What a terrifying young man! On the first floor, the purple lightning young master's body was violently trembling. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he had been humiliated. Earlier, he had broken Lin Ling's wine cup, causing the wine to spill all over Lin Ling's body. And now Lin Ling had taught him an even greater lesson, causing him to break several tables and chairs, drenching himself in wine. "It's been a long time since I've lost face. Are you not afraid of death?" The purple lightning young master emitted a terrifying chill. He was enraged. On the second floor, Lin Ling indifferently said, "If you can kill me, then come. There's no need to talk nonsense. Moreover, you're the one who lost your face." His gaze was fearless as he looked at the purple lightning young master. His words caused many people's eyes to flicker. This young man had asked the purple lightning young master to come and kill him. How arrogant! Did he really want to enrage the purple lightning young master? However, the purple lightning young master's face was extremely gloomy. This time he didn't say anything. Previously he had lost all face, so he was enraged and said those words. But now that he thought about it, his heart trembled. Because he could feel that the young man's sword was also a true martial intent, and it had probably reached the peak of 60%. After all, his true intent of thunder had always been tyrannical. Even if the opponent had a 60% true intent, he had the confidence to destroy it. But now he needed 3 moves to break it. "Who the hell are you?" the purple lightning young master asked. His face was ugly. After all, he had come here with pride. He thought that in the restaurant, only the black tortoise young master could make him afraid. Everyone else was just an ant. However, he had casually taught a servant a lesson, but that servant's sword had caused him to lose face. Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said indifferently, "What, he is Lin Ling?" Behind Lin Ling, the disciples of the 7 profound martial house, who had worshipped the purple lightning young master, had their pupils constricted. As disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House, how could they not know of Lin Ling's name? Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling had entered the Proud Son of Heaven role not too long ago. But in just a month, Lin Ling was able to make the Purple Lightning Young Master fear him. This meant that Lin Ling's strength could be ranked in the top 400. This was terrifying. It had to be known that in the Seven Profound Martial House, everyone thought that Lin Ling was still at the bottom of the Proud Son of Heaven role. This sword is different from the one I used to compare notes with. It is even more tyrannical. Qin Zhengtian seemed to be silent, but his heart was violently beating. He suddenly realized that the reason Lin Ling had let him win in the last match was because he didn't want him to lose face. Thinking of this, he bitterly smiled in his heart. At that time he had comforted Lin Ling, but who knew how laughable it had been. But soon he was happy for Lin Ling. After all, during the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he had thought that Lin Ling was a rare talent. And now he was even more certain. Lin Ling. The Purple Lightning Young Master's pupils constantly flashed. He had naturally heard of this name. He lightly said before, it was because you sneak attacked me so I wasn't able to react in time. If we really fought one-on-one, you are not my match. Also, my thunder speed is very fast. You have not experienced my movement skills yet. He heavily emphasized the word sneak attack, as if to say that the reason he had lost face before was because of Lin Ling's sneak attack. Not only that, but his true meaning of thunder had another characteristic, and that was speed. Thus, he was confident that if they really fought, Lin Ling would not be his match. What's the use of speaking so much nonsense? How about we fight again? However, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as before. He only said a few words, fight again. You say I sneak attacked you, fine. You say your movement skills are fast, fine. Then how about we fight again? This Lin Ling, he's crazy. The crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. When Lin Ling was low-key, no one knew who he was. But if you thought he was a soft persimmon and wanted to bully him, he would bare his fangs and reveal his sharp edge. Don't be too proud. The Purple Lightning Young Master roared. Lin Ling was very straightforward. He did not fear him at all, as if he simply did not place the Purple Lightning Young Master in his eyes. Only fight. The Purple Lightning Young Master was somewhat hesitant. Although he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling, Lin Ling's sword made him somewhat afraid. Not only that, but Lin Ling was only at the bottom of the Proud Son of Heaven list, but he was around 400th. Whether he won or lost, he had already lost face. The Purple Lightning Young Master does not dare to fight. Seeing the Purple Lightning Young Master's silence, many people's hearts trembled. One of the 18 young masters actually feared Lin Ling. To them this was just a dream. As for the 7 profound Martial House disciples that had worshipped the Purple Lightning Young Master, their complexions were even more ugly. The person they worshipped did not dare to fight again. At this time Qin Liming's voice sounded out, your Purple Lightning Young Master is very awe-inspiring, and does not allow others to blaspheme him. You only spoke a few words, and yet you say that he has a thick skin. But why does your Purple Lightning Young Master not dare to fight? Several people were silent, especially that crafty and mean girl. She did not even dare to look at Qin Liming. She had been humiliated to the point that she had nothing to say. The Purple Lightning Young Master has also lost face. He actually lost to a newcomer. Chapter 664. Sir Snow Spirit so cold. Cold. Looking at this person, many people were stunned for a moment. Then, some of the geniuses from the 7 major martial halls narrowed their eyes. It was another 18th young master, Sir Snow Spirit. This person was the #1 proud son of heaven of the Icy Plain region. He came from the Great Sun Void Temple, and was one of the proud disciples of Elder Black Ice. It was said that Elder Black Ice's sect only accepted ice attribute martial artists, and the lowest qualification was a 5th grade king body talent. Sir Snow Spirit had the power of ice and could laugh proudly in the 100 territories. His strength was above the Purple Lightning Young Master. Humph! Humph! The Purple Lightning Young Master knew that Sir Snow Spirit was mocking him. He coldly snorted, but he seemed to dread the other, so he did not say anything. Lin Ling, I've heard of you. You are the youngest genius of the 7 profound martial house, the #1 of Dragon Lake, and you even killed Long Zhe. Aha, your strength is not bad. I wonder if you can defeat me with my power of ice? Humph! Ignoring the purple lightning young master, Sir Snow Spirit waved his right hand. An icy mist of spiritual energy gushed out, turning into a crystal fan that he gently waved. This ability to control ice was extremely terrifying. That fan was probably a pretty good weapon as well. What a strong strength! Humph! Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This person's king body talent was very high. It made people feel that this was not a person, but a 10,000-year-old block of profound ice. Sure enough, none of the 18th young master were weak. You can try. Humph! Although the other party was strong, Lin Ling was not too afraid, so he indifferently replied. If it were any other time, he did not want to provoke too many enemies and might have chosen to endure. But now that he wanted to break through to the next realm, fighting was unavoidable. So he wanted to test the strength of the 18th young master, who was ranked even higher. Haha, you have courage, but I'm not interested for the time being. The ancient tomb is more important. Humph! However, Sir Snow Spirit indifferently smiled. His smile was a bit cold, but it had a different kind of attractiveness, causing the hearts of many girls in the inn to surge. It had to be said, Sir Snow Spirit was really handsome. Before that, I want to settle some old grudges. Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's third master, do you think I can't find you if you hide here? Humph! Young Master Xueling suddenly sneered. Rhinoceros Eagle Fort? There was no lack of native martial artists present. Naturally, they had heard of this colossus. This Rhinoceros Eagle Fort was the local tyrant of the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. It had 3 great leaders, each of whom possessed extremely terrifying strength. It was said that the great leader even possessed a powerful weapon, which allowed him to unify an area of 10,000 miles. And now the third head was actually here? Many people's hearts began to tremble. The 3 great leaders were all people who killed people like Scything Flax. If they appeared here and were implicated, then they would also be in trouble. Young Master Xueling has a nose like a dog. Finally, a cold laugh sounded from a corner of the restaurant. A tall and sturdy man who was almost 2 meters tall stood up. He had tattoos all over his face and his head was closed. He had a ferocious and domineering aura about him, and the most terrifying thing about him was that he was actually at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Since you've come, then stay. Without further ado, the third head elder shouted coldly and took a big step forward. His body turned into an afterimage as he grabbed at young Master Xueling. There seemed to be hatred between them, so it was either you die or I die. True intent of martial is similar to the true intent of earth. This third head's strength is not bad. Lin Ling's soul force was very sharp, and he immediately sensed something strange. The third head elder's speed seemed to be connected to the earth and the desert. It was extremely strange. Looks like he's not an ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. Qin Zhengtian also said with a grave expression. Bang! With a claw, the third head elder seemed to have grabbed young Master Xueling's neck. He only needed to exert a little strength to know young Master Xueling's fate. Young Master Xueling is in danger. He's at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but the third head elder is at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and he's not an ordinary cultivator. The crowd's pupils constricted as they stared at the battle in front of them. Bang! At this moment, the third head elder exploded with a terrifying strength and crushed young Master Xueling's neck. He's dead. Many people's hearts trembled violently. The great 18th head elder had died here? The Rhinoceros Eagle Castle is very bold. How dare you take liberties with my servant girl? Anyone who dares to take liberties with her must die. However, at this moment, something terrifying happened. Endless fog spread out, and a handsome figure condensed behind the third head elder. It was young Master Xueling. Then young Master Xueling shook his head. He waved the crystal fan in his hand lightly, and a wave of icy energy blew out. It was very cold, as if it was 10,000 years old ice. Crack! With one move, the third head elder was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the next moment, a crisp sound like glass was heard. The ice sculpture shattered, and it turned into an icy fog that was hard to see with the naked eye. The third head elder had turned into powder. A great Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator had died in front of everyone's eyes just like that. Young Master Schwelling's strength was very terrifying. The inn quieted down. Countless eyes stared at young Master Schwelling, shocked, speechless. Even the purple lightning young master frowned, afraid of young Master Schwelling's terrifying strength. I only kill one person a day. This is my principle. Linling, you're very lucky. After dealing with the third head elder, young Master Schwelling smiled at Linling. Many people suddenly realized that the third head elder had become Linling's scapegoat. Otherwise, with Linling's courage, the one who would be frozen into an ice sculpture would be Linling. Linling smiled but did not say anything. He sat down and continued to drink his wine. His indifferent attitude surprised many people. Linling still seemed to be fearless. Then the inn returned to its peaceful state. Everyone sat down and drank, but they maintained their silence, causing the inn to be filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Many people quietly looked at the 18 young masters and sighed in their hearts. The competition in the old tomb was fierce. Currently, 3 young masters had appeared, and with the mysterious Linling, it was hard to determine who would have the last laugh in the old tomb. At night, more and more people gathered in the Xianhuang city. The Dragon Gate Inn was also overcrowded, causing many conflicts. Of course, no one dared to provoke experts like the 18 young masters. The old tomb hasn't appeared yet, but 2 young masters have already arrived. When the key appears, I'm afraid even more young masters will come. In the room, Qin Zhengtian said with a solemn expression. It was impossible for the Qin clan to monopolize the treasures in the old tomb. As long as they could get a share of the loot, they would be satisfied. Linling nodded, agreeing with Qin Zhengtian's words. He then asked, how strong are the 18 young masters? Yes, there are 18 of them. Starting from the 8th, they are all at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. They are also ranked very high on the prodigy ranking, and have the strength to fight against the top geniuses. Qin Zhengtian sighed. Although he was also one of the 18 young masters, he was ranked at the bottom and could not be compared to the top 8. Chapter 665. Xianhuang Mountain Range Elder Lin. There is a young girl outside the inn. She says her name is Heavenly Concubine, and she is an old friend of yours. At this moment, Qin Liming pushed open the door and said to Linling. Linling's eyes lit up. Heavenly Concubine is here too? Then, he quickly left the room and came back with a young girl. It was Heavenly Concubine. I knew that once the tomb opened, Linling would definitely come. In any case, Linling's nose is sharper than a dog's. Heavenly Concubine was clearly very happy to see Linling again. She immediately teased him. Linling bitterly smiled. This girl would tease him every time they met. However, he wasn't surprised by Heavenly Concubine's appearance. After all, many people from the 7 halls had come. As a disciple of the ancient Dao Martial Palace, Heavenly Concubine naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Your strength has reached the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. After scanning Heavenly Concubine with his soul force, Linling sucked in a cold breath. One had to know that his cultivation realm had always been higher than Heavenly Concubine's, but this time, Heavenly Concubine had actually surpassed him. This is all thanks to Master. This time, Master also allowed me to come to the tomb to gain experience. Perhaps it will allow me to break through again. Heavenly Concubine immediately smiled. Qin Zhengtian and the others also looked at Heavenly Concubine. After learning from Linling that this young girl was only in the Heavenly Spirit Realm, they were immediately shocked. This young girl's talent was also very terrifying. Linling shook his head. Seemed like he wasn't the only genius. Anything could happen in the rainforest's sacred land that created miracles. The few of them sat down and chatted. Heavenly Concubine came with her senior sisters this time. After hearing that Linling had appeared in the Dragon Gate Inn, she immediately rushed over and planned to explore the tomb with Linling. The Heavenly Concubine suggested, if we want to unlock the tomb, we need a 3rd key, and the 3rd key is in the Xianhuang Mountain Range. Rather than waiting here for news, why don't we explore the Xianhuang Mountain Range first? Linling's eyes lit up. They were also waiting for the experts from the Great Qin Empire to arrive. However, during this process, no one could guarantee who would obtain the 3rd key. Since this was the case, they might as well search for it first. He and Qin Zhengtian looked at each other. Both of them had the same thought. Then let's set off immediately. They slowly stood up and nodded excitedly. The mysterious Yellow Mountain Range was vast and boundless. There were countless demonic beasts. It was said that no one had ever passed through the endless mountain range. Although there were many who tried, they all died in the end. At night, the mountain range was even more tranquil, but there was also a hint of ferocity. After stepping into the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, Lin Ling's sharp soul power sensed that they weren't the only ones searching the mountain range. There were already many small factions. Although these small factions couldn't be compared to the 5 great ancient nations, their leaders were all experts. It's said that someone saw a light at the Old Master Mountain. It was like a giant key, so this time, our escort team can only bring you to the Old Master Mountain. The mountain range was very large. Lin Ling and the other 3 weren't local cultivators, so they hired an escort team from Xianhuang City. This escort team was led by a woman with a hot figure. Although she was a woman, she was also very strong. She had reached the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Of course, the most important thing was that she was very familiar with the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. Lin Ling and the other 3 nodded. The long team continued forward. Through conversation, Lin Ling found out that the woman with the hot figure and weak-colored skin was called Yu-Er. However, this woman was a little cold. She seemed to think that Lin Ling and the other 3 were a little too bold for daring to enter the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. One had to know that most of the people in their escort team were experts. The middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm was the most basic strength. Moreover, these people were all in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were even some juniors in the King Spirit Realm. This was obviously a tough job. If there was a conflict, her escort team wouldn't be able to take care of so many people. Sister Yuer, it's so quiet here. Qin Liming, who had always been lively, finally couldn't help but ask. It seems quiet here, but there are hidden dangers everywhere. Demonic beasts in the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm are everywhere, but they hide in the dark. So, if you can avoid talking, then don't. Yuer's cold eyes looked ahead, causing Qin Liming to stick out his tongue. Then Yuer said, "The weak ones stay in the center of the team. Don't look around." This time, her words were directed at Lin Ling. After the escort team entered the Black Tortoise Mountain Range, the others were well behaved, but Lin Ling was looking around. This made her a little unhappy. Was this King Spirit Realm Junior courting death? If the escort team was too far away and was devoured by the demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to save Lin Ling. In the distance, Lin Ling walked back, while the heavenly concubine looked at Lin Ling with a strange smile, as if saying, "You've become a burden." Lin Ling also smiled helplessly, too lazy to explain. He naturally wasn't looking around just now because he was bored. He was using the eye of time to observe the surroundings, to see if he could find any clues. As for him being a burden, he knew that the heavenly concubine was only joking because she was very familiar with him. If they really fought, there probably weren't many people here who could be Lin Ling's opponent. "Sister Yu, I don't understand." Among the 4 of them, the 3 in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm are all well behaved, but the weakest one is restless. "Haha, it's good to be a rich young master. You have bodyguards when you go out, so you don't have to experience the cruelty of the outside world." "Alright, old Saber, stop talking. Bring the guests to Master Mountain and our mission is complete. We can't make any mistakes during this process." Yu-Er was clearly a very responsible person. Even if she looked down on Lin Ling, she would still protect Lin Ling thoroughly. This made Lin Ling admire her. For the rest of the journey, Lin Ling experienced the benefits of having an escort team. Lin Ling almost wanted to remind everyone to take a detour when they came to a few demonic beast lairs, but Yu-Er reminded him in advance. This made Lin Ling not need to be so vigilant and could relax a little. "Who is it?" Just as they passed through a forest, a cold shout suddenly came from ahead. When Lin Ling and the others walked out of the forest, they saw that the grassland was densely packed with cultivators. They seemed to be searching the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, and there were several bonfires in the middle. Among them, a one-eyed man looked over like a wolf in the night. People from the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. On Yu-Er's side, the faces of several men instantly turned ugly. The Rhinoceros Eagle Fort was very famous in the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. It was a true formidable fort. No one wanted to face them because they were also people who killed people like flies. So it's you, heir. The one-eyed man clearly recognized you, heir, and said coldly, "Let's go." You, heir, glanced at the one-eyed man indifferently and didn't say anything. She urged Lin Ling and the others to leave as soon as possible. "You've met her and you want to leave just like that?" Yu, heir. A famous escort in mysterious Yellow City. We've been longing for her for a long time. And you want to leave without leaving anything behind? Chapter 666. This enmity must be avenged. There are two little beauties here. Look at that one. TSK, the legendary willowy waist. If you were to hug that snake-like waist and do it, it would feel so good. The others looked at the heavenly concubine and Qin liming with lewd smiles. Clearly, they had been searching the mysterious yellow mountain range for a long time and were bored. Now that they saw these two beauties, they couldn't help themselves. Be careful, trouble comes from the mouth. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly said, "These people dared to take liberties with the heavenly concubine?" The heavenly concubine was someone from the cloud domain. She was his relative and his friend. These people dared to take liberties with her. This was simply seeking death. "Are you talking to me?" On the rhinoceros castle side, one of them had a cold look in his eyes. In the past, when they spoke these words, others could only swallow their anger. But now this young man dared to threaten them. Yuer looked at Lin Ling with some surprise. Clearly, she didn't expect Lin Ling to speak up. In her opinion, shouldn't a weak young master like Lin Ling hide behind them when he encountered trouble? Suddenly, she had a good impression of Lin Ling. After all, this young man was fearless and fearless. He didn't fear difficulties and stood up. At some point, he was better than many of the martial artists in her escort team. As for her, she had been taken liberties with. Although she didn't care about such trivial matters, at least no one in her escort team dared to speak up. Pa! Gently slapping away the ugly arm under her chin, Yuer was worthy of being the leader of the escort team. She remained calm and said, "Lone Eagle, do you really want to fight? In short, fight or not?" At this moment, the one-eyed man was eating meat beside the bonfire. It was as if he hadn't seen what his subordinates had done. He was extremely cold and indifferent. But after hearing Yuer's words, he stopped eating and finally said, "Let them go." "Big brother, why?" The rest of the people were unwilling to give up. Their expressions were ferocious. "I said let them go." The one-eyed man exuded a terrifying killing intent, causing those who were unwilling to give up to shut their mouths. This was their second in command. Although he seemed taciturn, one could never expect him to speak a third sentence. That was because the moment he spoke a third sentence was the moment you died. "Let's go." Yuer didn't say anything else and led the group forward again. "Right now, finding the key is our priority. Getting into a conflict with them will only be a waste of our strength." Only after Yuer and the others had disappeared did the one-eyed man speak. Obviously, if it was any other time, he would have left Yuer's escort team behind, but he couldn't do so now. After all, Yuer had quite a few Emperor Spirit Realm experts on her side. If they really fought, they could win, but they would also have to pay a price. Obviously, this was not the time to pay the price. At this moment, Yuer's escort team moved forward once again, but all the escorts were relieved. "We've finally avoided the people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle. I was afraid that there would be a conflict." "That's right. If there's a conflict, there will definitely be casualties. At that time, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to see my wife." Head Yuer is still calm enough. Many people expressed their gratitude, but Yuer's expression was still indifferent. She did not say a word. As for Lin Ling, he didn't say a word, but he looked behind him. Killing intent swirled in the depths of his eyes. He didn't plan to let this matter go so easily. The heavenly concubine was his woman. How could he allow her to be molested for no reason? However, he didn't want to implicate the escort team, so he planned to deal with it himself. "Lin Ling, your eyesight is very bad. Are you jealous?" At this moment, the heavenly concubine's soft laughter came from the side. She knew that although this young man seemed to be low-key, she must not provoke him because this young man could turn into a killing god at any time. It wasn't like she hadn't seen this kind of thing in the cloud domain. Lin Ling immediately smiled bitterly. The heavenly concubine seemed to know his thoughts. The heavenly concubine was indeed the smartest girl he knew. If you don't admit it, I'll take it that you're jealous. However, call me later. This great aunt isn't someone who can be molested as one pleases. The heavenly concubine sniffed her little nose. She looked somewhat cute, causing Lin Ling to shake his head helplessly. The team continued forward. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Yu let everyone rest. After all, the following journey would be even more difficult, so everyone had to conserve their strength and continue their journey until dawn. After everyone had rested, Lin Ling finally stood up. A trace of coldness circulated in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, another 3 figures quietly stood up in the escort team. It was Qin Zhengtian and the other 2. As the bloodline of the Great Qin Empire, Qin Zhengtian naturally wouldn't be stifled like this. Moreover, the other party wasn't a good person, so this grudge had to be avenged. Looks like we have the same idea. Qin Zhengtian stared at Lin Ling and smiled. This caused Lin Ling to shrug his shoulders. Leave the person who molested me today to me. Since Elder Lin has spoken, this little one will naturally understand. Qin Zhengtian also shrugged his shoulders like Lin Ling swish. 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 The 4 figures quietly returned along the path they came from. At this moment, a great battle had already broken out at the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle's encampment. A slender figure fought several people like a leopard, causing many people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle to cry out in anger. This person was very agile. Using the advantage of the forest, she constantly fought with them. Every time she attacked, she would cause harm to the people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle. Occasionally, she would even kill someone. What a fierce woman. When we catch her, we'll make her suffer a fate worse than death. The legendary head Yu is unyielding and unafraid of death. Now that I've seen her today, it's indeed so. However, in order to protect your escort team, she had to endure silently. Now, for the sake of your reputation, she's come for revenge? The person who had come was Yu. Although she was born with pride, in reality her heart was filled with anger. She just didn't want to implicate others, so she had to endure silently. However, humiliation was still humiliation. How could she not get it back? Ah, this woman is so ruthless. The agile figure weaved through the forest, causing a cultivator to cry out in pain every time. Second head, this bitch Yu is very strong. Many people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle looked at the one-eyed man. This was their second head, Lone Eagle. However, at this moment the man was still drinking wine by the bonfire. He muttered to himself, "You endured the humiliation before because you didn't want to implicate others. You have a good heart. However, among your group of people before, are you the only one with the guts?" He smiled. A trace of a smile flashed through his ruthless eyes. It was an evil smile. The second head has made his move. Many people instantly cheered. Not good. Under an ancient tree, Yu frowned. In her eyes, a claw seemed to come from the void and grabbed her neck. Soul-shattering claw. This martial art was very terrifying. It seemed to be able to capture a person's soul. It was a 3rd-grade Emperor tier martial art. Judging from its power, it was probably not inferior to a 5th-grade martial intent. One had to know that although martial intent was powerful, it wasn't unique. Some cultivators with average comprehension could rely on high-level martial arts to match martial intent. The difference between martial intent and Emperor tier martial arts was that martial intent was more ethereal and needed to be comprehended by oneself. However, Emperor tier martial arts didn't need to be comprehended. They were powerful martial arts left behind by predecessors. Oh. Chapter 667. Second Boss Jean Heaven-Raising Kick. Yu raised her slender right leg and kicked towards the claw in the air. Following that, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and her body flew backwards, crashing into several large trees that were as thick as 3 people hugging each other. It was obvious that the power of her martial arts was not weak, otherwise with a single claw, she would not have flown backwards but lost her life. You're at the same level as me, but your strength is so far apart. Stay here. Lone Eagle shouted coldly. His body turned into a shadow as he pounced towards Yu again. His claws were like eagle claws as he clawed at her. Puff. Yu's mouth was overflowing with blood. Her expression was cold. She wanted to stand up, but her limbs were powerless. She was no match for Lone Eagle. After all, Lone Eagle was the second boss of Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. His strength was naturally terrifying. Am I going to die? Yuer's pupils constricted. The void claw was getting closer and closer, like a demonic eagle under the night sky. I'm sorry, but she's not the only one with guts. At this moment, an ethereal voice sounded. A sword came from the horizon, tearing through the void. It instantly appeared in front of you, and blocked the terrifying claw. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. Intense energy shot out in all directions, piercing the ground with thousands of holes. What a powerful sword! Who is it? The eyes of the martial artists in the open space narrowed. They were so close to catching Yuer. However, at the critical moment, Yuer was saved by someone. Moreover, the person who came was very powerful. He was actually able to fight the second boss to a draw. Sword intent. At this moment, Lone Eagle was gliding on the ground. Finally, he stomped on the ground, causing a 2-meter-tall wave of earth to erupt. Only then did he manage to suppress the terrifying impact. Then he looked at his claw. There was a faint sword mark there. The opponent's sword had broken his soul-shattering claw. That was at least 50% sword intent. Subconsciously, he looked forward. His pupils constricted. He saw a slender and handsome youth in a blue and white robe standing in front of Yuer. At this moment, the youth's eyes were indifferent. He held his sword with one hand, but the corner of his mouth was curled into a disdainful smile. It's you! Lone Eagle shouted. The expressions of the people around him changed drastically. They had naturally seen this youth before. It was the youth that the escort team was protecting today. They had always thought that the youth was a burden. But who knew that he could take a blow from the second boss? Lin Ling. Yuer was you. She naturally thought Lin Ling was a burden. After all, he was only at the peak of the King's spirit realm. But she didn't expect that the youth to save her at this critical moment. Yuer, it's hard to get rich by eating alone. Don't tell me you want to take revenge for yourself? Lin Ling indifferently said, causing Yuer's heart to tremble once again. Previously, she had been humiliated, but she didn't want to implicate others. Therefore, she had chosen to seek revenge on her own. Moreover, she believed that even if she wanted to seek revenge, the other escorts wouldn't dare to come. But now, not only did this young man dare to come, he even blamed her for taking the spoils for herself. These words were naturally a joke, but it also meant that the young man was extraordinarily courageous. Yuer was not the only one who wanted revenge. Thanks. Yuer was grateful. She couldn't help but say softly, "We'll talk about it after we deal with these bastards." Lin Ling replied with a smile. Yuer came to her senses. Both of them were surrounded by the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle. In a situation where the enemy was strong and they were weak, if they wanted to deal with others, shouldn't they be running away? Yuer wanted to remind Lin Ling. However, at this moment Lin Ling said, "Middle stage Emperor Spirit Realm. I haven't fought at this level yet. I wonder how strong he is." He wants to fight the second boss? Yuer's beautiful eyes narrowed. She knew Lone Eagle's strength very well. Not only was his movement technique fast, his eagle claws were extremely terrifying. It seemed that the gloves Lone Eagle wore were extraordinary. It was probably a rare high-grade weapon. Lin Ling actually wanted to test Lone Eagle's strength. Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. Yuer anxiously shouted. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He hadn't fought against a middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert before. However, if the other party had the strength of a Heaven's Pride, it might be difficult for him to win. At most, the other party was only slightly stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Lin Ling was still confident in this little bit of strength. Since we're here, we don't plan on leaving so easily. At this moment, 3 more voices rang out. It was Qin Zhengtian and the others. The appearance of these 3 people caused Yuer's expression to freeze. These 4 youths had actually come. Were they really not afraid of death? Lin Ling, there are so many people here. You can't eat all by yourself. Let's make it clear first. Who gets who? Under an ancient tree, Qin Zhengtian leaned against it and smiled. As the Xuanwu young master, he naturally had the pride of an 18th young master. The heavenly concubine and Qin Liming stood on a tree not far away. Their delicate little faces looked at Lin Ling and smiled. They're all here. Lone Eagle's expression was somewhat ferocious. Today, the 4 youths from the escort team had all come. These outsiders were very arrogant. They had no idea how powerful the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle was. Second Master, kill them. The crowd also roared. Lin Ling and the other 3 were too arrogant. All of them must die. The men must die, and the women must be trampled on by tens of thousands of people. Lone Eagle roared. His single eye was filled with monstrous killing intent. Brother Qin, I'll leave the other small fries to you. Leave the second master to me. Today young Master Xueling killed the third master of the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle. Then, I'll test the second master's strength. Lin Ling said indifferently. His calm eyes carried a hint of arrogance. Since he dared to come, he naturally wouldn't choose to escape with you. He wanted to kill all of them. What a frivolous little guy. He's only in the King Spirit realm, yet he's so arrogant. The crowd was even more furious. After all, he was only in the King Spirit realm. There were many people present who were in a higher realm than Lin Ling. When did it become Lin Ling's turn to speak? Moreover, Lin Ling very calmly said that he wanted to test the second master's strength. What did he take the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle for? I know that the third master is dead, but the first master will avenge him. Moreover, the 18th master was the one who killed the third master. He has the right to be arrogant, but that doesn't mean you do. Whoosh! Lone Eagle took a step forward. A strange atmosphere filled the air. It was as if he had entered the shadows. As long as there was no light, that place was his martial stage. It's here, the Onyx Soul Step. The crowd cheered. They naturally knew about this terrifying movement technique. Legend had it that when one cultivated it to the minute subtlety realm, one could step on a person's shadow and weave in and out. It was impossible to guard against. Everyone had a shadow. If a cultivator could use your shadow as a disguise and sneak attack you, how would you react? Lin Ling's expression became focused at this moment. Under his gaze, Lone Eagle disappeared. It was very strange. Even he couldn't detect it. Only his soul force could detect a trace. However, because the opponent was too fast, that kind of detection was difficult to see through. The strength of a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator was indeed difficult to deal with. Soul-shattering claw. Chapter 668. Lin Ling attacked with his sword. Wang! Wang! The most terrifying thing was that the claw was emitting a blue light that could intimidate one's soul, making it hard for one to react. Thinking about it, the demonic claw that appeared in the air was already impossible to defend against. Coupled with the fact that it could intimidate one's soul, how could an ordinary cultivator block it? Lin Ling, be careful. Yu Er anxiously shouted. She had suffered from that claw earlier. In the distance, Qin Zhengtian frowned slightly. His opponent was a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, but he was clearly not an ordinary cultivator. He was indeed quite powerful. Dead, that young man is dead for sure. Compared to their worries, the crowd was sneering. They were looking forward to seeing that young man being torn apart by the claw. Interesting. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm, and the corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile. As the demonic claws drew closer and closer, Lin Ling's pupils suddenly narrowed, and a terrifying and strange light appeared. Boundless Demon Eye. The soul-shattering claw was indeed very powerful. It could intimidate one's soul, and kill them while they were distracted. However, although this claw was powerful, it had its flaws. If it encountered a cultivator with powerful soul force, then its advantage would be lost, and its power would be reduced to a second-grade Emperor Spirit Realm martial art. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's soul force was incomparably powerful. Pa! The sound of glass shattering resounded. The soul-shattering power of the soul-shattering claw instantly disintegrated. Solitary Eagle's pupils constricted. It was actually broken? How was this possible? Wang! However, it wasn't over yet. The world suddenly disappeared, and the wind and clouds rolled. Under the pitch-black night sky, a pair of demonic eyes appeared, as if they were looking down on the world, quietly looking at Solitary Eagle. The soul-crushing pressure caused Solitary Eagle to feel as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind instantly went blank. Soul Force attack. This young man actually knew how to use soul force attacks. Solitary Eagle's heart shook like thunder. At the same time, a sword light that seemed to come from the horizon slashed over. At the critical moment, Solitary Eagle bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to force himself to sober up. Then he crossed his claws and slashed out. Clang! A terrifying power exploded, and the wind and clouds rolled as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Bang! A figure flew out and crashed into the ground, but he quickly stood up again. His hands were dripping with blood. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they looked over. Crazy! The one who was sent flying was actually the second master. After all, the second manager was an expert at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Even Yu-Er, who was at the same cultivation level, was no match for him. However, his opponent was merely a youth at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. In a single exchange, the second manager had lost. His strength is so terrifying. His sword intent has reached the realm of perfection. Yu-Er's beautiful eyes widened as well as a bitter smile appeared on her face. Was this still the burden of an escort team? This was a terrifying, monstrous genius. You injured me. After I stepped into the Emperor Spirit Realm, I was able to disregard any King Spirit Realm ant, and after I stepped into the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, no mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert was a match for me. But you actually injured me. Solitary Eagle's face was incomparably ferocious. His single eye emitted fury and madness. He was actually injured. He couldn't believe his eyes, so he had to kill Lin Ling no matter what. I forgot to tell you. How could I have become the second manager of Rhinoceros Castle just by relying on that move? My greatest reliance isn't my cultivation level, but my martial intent. Bang! A deep voice came from Solitary Eagle's mouth again. A pitch-black light appeared on Solitary Eagle's body, and it actually turned into the shadow of a huge black eagle. The shadow flowed like water and gradually appeared around his claws, causing them to become pitch-black as well. Under the night sky there was still some light coming from the flames, but the terrifying thing was that even the light was absorbed by the pitch-black claws. These claws were filled with destructive power. This was Solitary Eagle's martial intent. The Eagle's martial intent had reached half a step to 60%. Coupled with the gloves on his hands, he was confident that he could fight against a 60% martial intent. The 10,000 Silkworm Black Eagle Gloves power has reached its limit. Bang! The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. The second manager had been forced to use his trump card. A trump card that could kill any mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert. Pop pop pop. The black gloves released a black light that shot holes in the ground, causing Yu-Er to frown. Lin Ling's strength was terrifying, but his cultivation level was still too low. He was already very impressive to be able to force Solitary Eagle to use his trump card. And now Lin Ling was in danger. Lin Ling was a genius. Was he going to die here? Qin Zhengtian and the others also frowned, worried about Lin Ling. Only the heavenly concubine remained calm. She believed that Lin Ling never fought a battle he wasn't confident in winning. However, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling's face was still as calm as an ancient well. It's rare for an ordinary cultivator to have martial intent. But you were the one who attacked before, so now it's my turn. Attack! 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 The pupils of the Rhinoceros Castle's people shrank. Lin Ling actually wanted to attack when facing the second manager's terrifying trump card? Could it be that the youth hadn't used his full strength in the previous confrontation? Then everyone saw Lin Ling's clothes flutter. An aura that seemed to come from ancient times pervaded the air. He slowly raised his sword, and an extremely dazzling light bloomed. This was sword intent. Moreover, this sword intent was a bit different. It had a boundless battle intent and a crazy domineering aura that looked down on the world. The sword intent, battle intent, and tyrant intent seemed to condense on the sword at this moment, causing the sword's edge to want to cut through the sky. What a terrifying sword! Many people's hearts trembled. At first, they thought that the second manager would definitely kill the youth. But now, for some reason, they didn't dare to think this way. This was because the youth had already disappeared, leaving behind only a sword. A sword that they didn't dare to look directly at. And this sword was the minute realm of the tyrant sword art that Lin Ling had comprehended. It was a sword that was learned from the fusion of the fast and slow sword intents. In addition to Lin Ling's own comprehension of martial arts, it should be known that every swordsman had their own sword. At the beginning, they cultivated according to the sword Tao taught by their predecessors, but in the end, they would walk their own path. And Lin Ling also had one. He had comprehended a tyrant sword that was different from Di Wuji's. It was tyrant song throughout the world. Rumble. The two great martial intents bloomed in the open space, causing the earth to tremble. Many people retreated far away. In this battle, one had the Shadow Eagle intent, and the other had the sword intent. One was the formidable second manager of the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, and the other was a nameless and mysterious youth. Who would win and who would lose in this battle? Many people were excited. Even Qin Zhengtian and the others looked at each other with anticipation. Chapter 669. Arriving at Old Master Mountain, Lin Ling's voice was as low as thunder. You're only relying on that glove. That's not the true meaning of martial arts you comprehended. The true meaning of sword that I comprehended was also born with the help of a battle weapon, but after that, I comprehended it myself through endless battles. It even allowed the true meaning of sword to surpass the true meaning of battle weapons. You're very pitiful. You don't even know that relying on external objects is not the way of a martial artist. Boom! There was only Lin Ling in the open space. His ethereal voice caused Lone Eagle's heart to waver. He actually had a feeling that he couldn't beat Lin Ling. That sword was very terrifying. It was unyielding and unforgiving. It was as if it could cut through the sky, dominating the world. Boom! Lin Ling took a step forward, holding the sword with both hands. A terrifying true meaning of sword slashed out. Lin Ling didn't hold back in this sword. It was even stronger than the sword he used against Qin Zhengtian and the Purple Lightning Young Master. Rumble. The sword was deafening. It was like a sword that supported the heavens. It fell from the sky, wanting to cut through everything. In Lone Eagle's eyes, the world disappeared. There was only a sword that wanted to cut him in half. His opponent was only at the peak of the King Spirit realm, but he seemed to have touched the profound meaning of the sword. That sword even borrowed the power of the world and was half a step into the 70% true meaning of sword. The most terrifying thing was that under that sword his hands actually trembled. It was his invincible battle weapon gloves that were trembling. Battle weapons were also of different grades. They were divided into 3 grades: intermediate, low, and high. His was a high-grade battle weapon, only one step away from the legendary spirit weapon. Of course, he also knew that this small step was the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how strong a battle weapon was, it was still an inanimate object. Only a spirit weapon with a spirit could laugh at everything. But even so, the high-grade battle weapon still allowed him to roam the Xianhuang Mountain Range. He even used the battle weapon to kill countless geniuses who overestimated themselves. But at this moment he was afraid. Rhinoceros Eagle Fort, retreat. I admit defeat, shouted the Lone Eagle. He was incomparably anxious, which made the hearts of the people in the distance tremble violently. Their second leader was scared. The second king of the Xianhuang Mountain Range was scared. However, was it possible for Lone Eagle to escape because he couldn't win? When a swordsman unsheathed his sword, he would kill without hesitation. How could he escape from this battle? Rumble. The sword mercilessly slashed down. No. The Lone Eagle roared, but it couldn't change anything. After the sword slashed down, he was directly turned into powder, turned into nothingness. Rumble. In the open space, there was only a terrifying sword slashing down on the ground, splitting the earth into 2. Dead. The eyes of the Rhinoceros Fort's men widened. Their second-in-command had died just like that in front of their eyes. A mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert wielding a high-grade weapon had died just like that. It was very shocking, so shocking that it felt like a dream. Not long ago, the second-in-command had received an order from the first leader to bring people to the Xianhuang Mountain Range to search for the key. In the process of searching, because it was boring, he teased Yu and even wanted to capture the 2 girls alive and slowly play with them. But in the end they didn't succeed. They thought that Yu and the others were very lucky. If it weren't for the urgent matter, Yu and the others would have been left here. But who would have thought that those people didn't feel lucky at all? After leaving they came back to kill. And then they realized that they were the unlucky ones. What a terrifying and arrogant young man. Many people looked at the young man in shock and swallowed with difficulty. But then an older man roared, "You killed the second in command of our rhinoceros fort. You're dead for sure. When the first leader comes, you'll definitely die." They were panicking, as if they wanted to find the last thing they could rely on. "You should worry about yourselves. Brother Qin, it's your turn." Lin Ling shook his head and said slowly. Qin Zhengtian, who was still in shock, finally came to his senses and nodded. It was finally his turn to make a move. As for the heavenly concubine and Qin Liming, they also made their moves. The rhinoceros fort's men had done many evil deeds, so they didn't need to show mercy. "You're so strong." Yu had already stood up from the ground and was still looking at the young man in shock. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that a junior at the peak of the King Spirit Realm could shake a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. But after seeing it with her own eyes, all of this seemed to be a matter of course. Half a step to 70% sword intent. In her knowledge, this only appeared in legends, in the bodies of ancient cultivators with white hair. Geniuses were indeed always able to create miracles. Let's end this quickly and leave this place immediately. The first master of the rhinoceros fort is even stronger. He knows that we killed the rhinoceros fort's men, so he definitely won't let us go. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Yu was indeed the head of the escort team. She quickly calmed down and said, "Lin Ling, you're too impulsive. You attacked the rhinoceros fort's men just because the other party flirted with you. This can be considered a big problem." Lin Ling smiled. He knew that Yu was worried about him. After all, if she was afraid of causing trouble, why would Yu come alone for revenge? He shook his head and said, "Because he flirted with my family. That's all." Yu's delicate body trembled when she heard this. In the distance, the heavenly concubine's heart was filled with joy, but she hid it. She liked this young man who dared to go against the world for his family. The remaining rhinoceros fort's men were clearly not powerful characters. After Qin Zhengtian made his move, Yu realized that the few youths who hired her were all extremely powerful. After dealing with the rhinoceros fort's men, Yu quickly left with Lin Ling and the others. She didn't dare to rest in the camp and continued to move towards Master Mountain. Master Mountain. Someone had once seen one of the 3 keys to the ancient tomb appear there. This was the news that Yu had received. At dawn, everyone finally arrived at Master Mountain. This mountain wasn't tall and was like a lone peak. From afar, it looked like a master sitting quietly and looking at the world. This mountain is hidden in the Xianhuang mountain range. It's quite imposing. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he looked at the magnificent Master Mountain. "All right, we've brought you here. The mission is complete. The rest is up to you." An older cultivator in the escort team said. They were all overjoyed. The escort team's mission was finally completed. "All right." Lin Ling nodded. Then Qin Zhengtian paid the spirit crystals and let the escort team leave. However, Yu hesitated for a moment and finally stayed. "You've already offended the rhinoceros fort. The first master will kill you quickly. I'm also involved in this grudge, so I'll stay and fight side by side with you." "Leader Yu, you're crazy." The other escorts were all shocked. They naturally knew how terrifying the first master of the rhinoceros fort was. Although he was also at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, his martial arts could communicate with heaven and earth. It was said that he had 2 martial intents and was extremely powerful. If Leader Yu stayed, it would be equivalent to suicide. Running away when encountering trouble isn't my style. You guys can leave. I've made up my mind. Yu shook her head, causing the escorts to smile helplessly. Leader Yu was still as decisive as ever. Lin Ling smiled and wanted to persuade Yu to leave. However, when he thought of her personality, he didn't say anything in the end. Moreover, he admired Yu's personality. She dared to take responsibility for her actions and had a clear plan. She was much better than many cultivators who were afraid of death. Oh. Chapter 670. The key is born. The remaining rhinoceros fort members were obviously not powerful characters. After Qin Zhengtian made his move, Yu realized that the youths who hired her were all extremely powerful. After dealing with the rhinoceros fort members, Yu quickly left with Lin Ling and the others. She didn't dare to rest in the camp and continued towards Master Mountain. Master Mountain. Someone had once seen one of the 3 keys of the ancient tomb appear there. This was the news that Yuer had received. At dawn, everyone finally arrived at Master Mountain. This mountain wasn't high and was like a lone peak. From afar, it looked like a master sitting quietly and looking at the world. This mountain is hidden in the Xianhuang mountain range. It's quite imposing. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he looked at the majestic old Master Mountain. Qin Zhengtian and the others also relaxed. They had finally arrived. All right, we've brought you here. The mission is complete. The rest is up to you. An older cultivator in the escort team said. They were all overjoyed. The escort team's mission was finally completed. All right. Lin Ling nodded. Then Qin Zhengtian paid the spirit crystals and let the escort team leave. However, Yuer hesitated for a moment and finally stayed. You've already offended the rhinoceros fort. The first master will kill you quickly. I'm also involved in this grudge, so I'll stay and fight side by side with you. Leader Yuer, you're crazy. The other escorts were all shocked. They naturally knew how terrifying the first master of the rhinoceros fort was. Although he was also at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, his martial arts could communicate with heaven and earth. It was said that he had 2 martial intents and was extremely powerful. If Yuer stayed, it would be equivalent to suicide. Running away when encountering trouble isn't my style. You can leave. I've made up my mind. Yuer shook her head, causing the other escorts to helplessly shake their heads. Leader Yuer was still as decisive as ever. Lin Ling smiled and wanted to persuade Yuer to leave. However, when he thought of her personality, he didn't say anything in the end. Moreover, he somewhat admired Yuer's personality. She dared to take responsibility for her actions and had a beginning and an end. She was much better than many hypocritical cultivators. Don't worry, I'll make sure your Yuer returns to Xianhuang City in one piece, Lin Ling said to the escorts, causing them to narrow their eyes. Previously, when Lin Ling had fought the second leader of the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort, they did not know the details of the battle. Therefore, they looked at him with disdain. This young man with the weakest cultivation actually dared to say that he was going to protect Yuer? He was so thick-skinned. Thank you. I can't say that I'll protect you, but I won't drag you down. However, to the surprise of all the escorts, Yuer said indifferently. Yuer is at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. This young man is only at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. The hearts of the escorts trembled, but they did not say anything else. They thanked him and left one after another. The Sharp Eagle Castle's reputation was too great, and they did not dare to face it. After the escorts left, Lin Ling didn't stay any longer. With a leap, he arrived at a high peak and looked into the distance. The Eye of Time appeared. While he was looking, Yuer and the others were puzzled. They didn't know what Lin Ling was doing, so they could only wait quietly. What is Elder Lin doing? Qin Liming asked curiously. I don't know, but he has always been mysterious. He naturally has his reasons for doing this, Qin Zhengtian explained. Although he was the 18th young master, after interacting with Lin Ling, he realized that he could not see through Lin Ling's mysteriousness at all. No wonder his father supported Lin Ling so much. After a long time, Lin Ling finally landed. He looked at a huge rock on the highest peak of the Old Master Mountain and said, "The seal of a key once appeared there. If I'm not wrong, the key was sealed under the huge rock. As time passed, the seal gradually dimmed, which is why it emitted light." When did you know? Yuer and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was so powerful. Lin Ling smiled and did not explain too much. Because he saw it with the Eye of Time, as long as the key had appeared before, he would be able to see it. Let's go up and take a look. Everyone's strength was not weak. Although the Old Master Mountain was high, they reached it in half an incense's time. Then they saw a huge red rock. On the surface, this huge rock was relatively ordinary, so no one knew that the key was under the huge rock. Move aside, Lin Ling said softly. He pulled out the sword in his hand, and his eyes flickered as he slashed out. Boom! The huge rock was split into two and gravel flew everywhere. However, under the huge rock it was very ordinary, as if there was nothing special about it. Lin Ling, you seem to be fooling us all. Looking at the huge rock that did not change, Yor could not help but say. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a deafening sound rang out, and the entire Old Master Mountain shook violently. Then, a ray of light soared into the sky and turned into a huge key seal. The key had appeared. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling had guessed correctly. Subconsciously, everyone was ecstatic. There were 3 keys to the ancient tomb, and those who obtained them would be able to enter the ancient tomb. Now the last key had been obtained by them. Then they looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's happy expression. However, Lin Ling frowned and shook his head helplessly. It seems that a great battle is inevitable. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then they reacted. After all, the key seal was too dazzling. It soared into the sky and attracted all the cultivators in the entire Xianhuang mountain range. Everyone was looking for the key, so how could they let Lin Ling obtain it alone? Therefore, a great battle was inevitable. Lin Ling, what do we do? Qin Zhengtian hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had also recovered his usual calmness. He smiled faintly and said, since it is inevitable, then those who try to get their hands on the key will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the huge rock from before and saw a key slowly rise up. However, the speed at which it rose was extremely slow. It was surrounded by light, making it impossible for anyone to approach. This also meant that Lin Ling and the others had to protect Old Master Mountain before the key appeared. 1, 2, 3. Including me, there are 4 of us. We will protect Old Master Mountain. Qin Zhengtian, you and Yor will wait by the key. The heavenly concubine and I will welcome the enemy. Lin Ling said again, causing Yor and the others' hearts to tremble. Lin Ling was so calm and had quickly thought of a plan to deal with the enemy. Before, they were actually a bit nervous. After all, they had to face all the cultivators in the entire Xianhuang mountain range. But for some reason, when they saw Lin Ling's calm expression, their hearts suddenly calmed down. In this small team of 4, Yor had always been the leader. Qin Zhengtian was from a noble background, but at this moment they were all led by Lin Ling. Fight! Lin Ling looked into the distance, a cold light swirling in the depths of his eyes. The key has appeared. Haha, we searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort. The first ones to discover the key are actually the 4 little fellows. We got lucky. Chapter 671. Battle of Old Master Mountain. Moreover, those brats were so pitiful. They didn't know that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Did they think they could obtain treasures without strength? Pa. Another large group of cultivators arrived with great momentum. Those ancient trees were all cut down. Soon after, a large number of figures appeared at the foot of Old Master Mountain. A cold voice was heard. The key belongs to me, Tiger of Coiling Mountain. Anyone else who dares to touch it will die. Many people were unwilling to accept this. They looked at the cultivator who spoke and their pupils constricted. It was actually Tiger of Coiling Mountain. At this time, a calm voice was heard from the top of Old Master Mountain. We found the 3rd key first. Aren't you afraid of provoking something by snatching the key so tyrannically? Idiots! Many people in the distance were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Those brats actually didn't want to give up? They were simply courting death. You talk too much nonsense. I'll only say one thing. We want the key. If you don't scram, then die. The cultivator who spoke narrowed his eyes. He was Tiger of Coiling Mountain. He was nearly 2 meters tall and held a 2-meter-long machete in his hand. His body emitted a murderous aura. To them, it didn't matter who got the key first. As long as they met, it belonged to them. After all, the key was related to the ancient tomb. It was too precious. How could they give it away? What surprised him was that he thought the cultivators around him were the ones fighting for the key. He didn't expect that the 4 at the top of the mountain wouldn't give up. It seemed like he had no choice but to kill them. Tiger of Coiling Mountain is so fast. The surrounding cultivators were all regretful. They also wanted to snatch the key, but Tiger of Coiling Mountain had spoken first. If they tried to snatch it, it would be the same as going against Tiger of Coiling Mountain. At present, they couldn't afford to provoke Tiger of Coiling Mountain. Tiger of Coiling Mountain was also a force that couldn't be underestimated in the mysterious Yellow Mountain range. Although it wasn't as famous as Rhinoceros Eagle Fort, it was said that Tiger of Coiling Mountain had a strong backer. That backer was so strong that even Rhinoceros Eagle Fort didn't dare to provoke it. Those 4 youths are in trouble. Tiger of Coiling Mountain will not only snatch the key, but also kill them. A cultivator sighed. Everyone wanted the key, but not everyone had the qualifications to obtain it. If they didn't have enough strength but still wanted the key, then they would be killed. Looks like there's nothing left to talk about. Since that's the case, we can only do this. At this moment, a calm voice drifted over from the Master Mountain, causing the eyes of the crowd to flicker. Was this the only way? Could it be that the young man in the blue and white robe had decided to give up the key? Unfortunately, that young man was too naive. Not only did Tiger Pan-Shan want the key, he also wanted to kill all 4 of them to prevent rumors from spreading. Is this the only way? From afar, the corner of Tiger's mouth curled up. He was waiting for them to beg for mercy, but it was true that he would not let them go. Kill. However, the calm voice on Master Mountain suddenly changed. In the next moment, it was filled with killing intent. Anyone who sets foot on Master's Mountain, kill. As if afraid that the crowd did not understand what he meant, the ice-cold voice sounded again, intimidating everyone. What? The 4 of them dared to kill Tiger Pan-Shan? The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Were those 4 young men stupid? The Coiling Mountain Tiger was also taken aback, but soon after, he began to laugh arrogantly. 2 of the 4 were guarding the keys, so it seemed like they wouldn't be able to fight. The other 2 were the main force. One of them was at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, so he should be a genius. However, it wasn't like Coiling Mountain Tiger hadn't killed geniuses before, so he wasn't afraid at all. As for the other youth who spoke, he was even more unsightly, only at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. With just 2 people, they dared to say that they would kill them? Deal with them. Leave that arrogant young man to me. Kill. Tiger Pan-Shan pointed his sword forward and spoke in an incomparably domineering manner. Rumble. The ground shook as a large number of cultivators rushed towards the mountain peak. There were early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators, as well as Peak King Spirit Realm cultivators. The crowd shook their heads mockingly. In terms of strength and numbers, the young man had the least amount of people. How could he fight? Twin Fish Reincarnation Palm. Kill. However, at this moment, a shout came from the mountain peak. The wind and clouds roiled as 2 huge black and white fish swam out. Accompanied by a palm strike, they covered the sky and covered the earth. The power of this palm strike was incomparably terrifying. It was like a black and white reincarnation circle, exterminating everything in its path. Bang bang bang. The cultivators who tried to reach the mountain peak trembled inexplicably, their faces filled with fear. However, under the twin fish's palm strike, a gust of wind blew past, and all of them fell down without a trace of life. It was a terrifying martial art. Those who were affected by it did not die from the surging power, but their lives seemed to have been sucked away. Bang bang bang. More and more people fell to the ground and died. Master Mountain suddenly became a forbidden mountain. That girl's strength is terrifying. Many people looked at the heavenly concubine, their hearts trembling violently. She was a genius, definitely a genius. With a single strike, any early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator would die. Retreat. At the foot of the mountain, the cultivators who wanted to rush up the mountain all retreated frantically. They were afraid. Trash, it's just a girl. Why should we be afraid of her? Even if we have to use human wave tactics, we'll drown her. Go. At the foot of the mountain, the Coiling Mountain Tiger's face was ferocious. Their Coiling Mountain Tiger faction was actually scared away by a girl. If this spread out, they would laugh their heads off. Therefore, he had to kill the girl. He did not believe that she could stop the Coiling Mountain Tiger faction alone. Kill, kill, kill. The cultivators' hearts tightened, and their killing intent soared again. They rushed up the mountain crazily, and that terrifying aura blew away the clouds in the sky. Human wave tactics, looks like that girl can't stop them. Many people looked forward and muttered to themselves. No matter how much of a genius she was, she would still be tired. How could she stop the human wave tactics? Reincarnation Ocean. At this moment on the mountaintop, the heavenly concubine's shout rang out once more. A vast sea appeared behind her. Seawater flooded out and 2 black and white fish swam in the sea, as if they were bringing the seawater down the mountain. True martial intent, the heavenly concubine is really powerful. Lin Ling's eyes instantly focused, and then he laughed softly. It looked like after going to the ancient Dao martial palace, the heavenly concubine's king body could be used. She had actually comprehended the true martial intent. Rumble. The seawater that was condensed from spiritual energy brought with it an extremely ancient smell. After it surged down, the bodies of those martial artists were immediately corroded, and they let out painful cries. This was the true meaning of martial arts. They were simply unable to block it. What a fierce martial art! Many people's hearts trembled. It looked like it would not be easy to get the key. That girl was not a pushover at all. She's just a girl. There's no need to be afraid of her. Follow me, kill. Chapter 672. Climbing the mountain, killing without mercy. Pung pung pung. With one step the earth shook. The coiling mountain tiger was like a ferocious tiger climbing the mountain. His machete slashed towards the heavenly concubine. Moreover, he didn't rush up from the front of the mountain. Obviously, he was afraid of the mysterious seawater, so he went around it. This was a sneak attack. Moreover, he used the lives of his subordinates to attract the girl's attention. This made it easier for him to launch a sneak attack. As expected of the coiling mountain tiger. In order to win, he will do anything. Many people were even more afraid of the coiling mountain tiger. They weren't afraid of ruthless people, but they were most afraid of those who didn't play by the rules. Those kinds of people were hard to guard against. That girl is in danger. The crowd said again. They had a feeling that as long as the girl died, the coiling mountain tiger would get the key. Die, coiling mountain triple blade. Rumble. With a single slash, the wind and clouds changed. 3 ferocious white tigers appeared and pounced forward. That was the true meaning of martial arts. Moreover, it was a rare true meaning of beasts. Obviously, the mountain tiger's king body was definitely a beast type. The most frightening thing was that his martial intent had already reached 50%. He's dead. The crowd didn't need to think too much. They already knew the answer in their hearts. Dominating the world. However, at this moment countless people heard a deafening voice. On the mountain top, the blue-white robed youth finally moved. All along, the crowd thought that the youth was the one behind the scenes and wasn't the main force of the battle. Now they realized that they were wrong. The youth was also the main force of the battle. It was just that he hadn't used his sword yet. However, as soon as he used his sword, it was very dazzling. Rumble. A huge sword slashed down. It emitted a boundless battle intent. It was the profound meaning of tyranny. The true intent of the sword. It was as if no one in the world could block that sword. Rumble. This sword, the peak of 60% sword intent, surpassed the coiling mountain tiger's 50% martial intent. It directly turned the coiling mountain tiger into dust. The entire coiling mountain was silent. The crowd's hearts were violently trembling. A power that dared to compete with the rhinoceros eagle castle died just like that? Was this a dream? How frightening. He's even stronger than the girl. The warriors who were still climbing the mountain were all trembling. They were very close to that sword coiling mountain tiger, and they naturally knew how frightening that sword was. It didn't come from the king's spirit realm, and there weren't many warriors in the emperor's spirit realm who could use that sword. After all, that sword was borrowing the heaven and earth. At this moment they realized that they were wrong. They were ridiculously wrong. It was that young man who was truly terrifying. Run! The warriors were all the warriors were. Who was the arrogant? Coiling cloud mountain tiger. Mountain tigers. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He had already given a warning, but the other party did not listen and insisted on coming up. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. After all, they were the ones who found the key, and the other party wanted to take it away for no reason. How could he let such a person live? Sword moves mountains and rivers. Lin Ling lightly waved the swords in his hands. Then he heavily stabbed the sword into the ground. A terrifying sword domain erupted. In the sky, a large amount of sword intent rained down like a storm, attacking indiscriminately. Sword moves the mountains and rivers was a sword technique that focused on group attacks. Although it wasn't as powerful as dominating the world, it wasn't something that ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators could shake. Rumble. The entire Old Master Mountain shook violently as a rain of swords rained down from the sky, dazzling and dazzling. A large number of martial artists cried out in pain as they were pierced through by the swords. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Coiling Mountain Tiger's forces were completely annihilated. At the foot of Old Master Mountain, blood flowed like a river. A large number of corpses were lying there, shocking everyone. The martial artists watching from afar had already forgotten how to breathe. This was even more fantastical. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that the Coiling Mountain Tiger's forces had been completely annihilated. Moreover, the person who had done all of this was only a youth at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm. In fact, many people had even thought that the youth was just a piece of trash. It's not easy to get the key. The crowd smiled bitterly. They didn't dare to climb this mountain anymore. The young girl was terrifying, but the young man was even more terrifying. A single sword strike could shake 10,000 enemies. Rumble. At this moment, a large number of hoofbeats could be heard. In the distance, the earth shook and dust flew. It was as if a large group of demonic beasts were pouncing over. Many people put away their previous shock and looked into the distance in horror. They were getting closer and closer. It was another large group of people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. Moreover, the leader seemed to be the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's leader. Rhinoceros Eagle. Rumble. When they got closer, many people were horrified to discover that all of them were riding Black Panthers. Those were cloud-stepping Black Panthers. There weren't many people who could subdue such ferocious demonic beasts. This was the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. All of them were incomparably powerful and murderous fellows. The key has appeared? A low voice sounded, causing many people to look at a black-clothed man. This person was a little hunchbacked and had no hair on his head. There was only a circle of hair at the back of his head. His nose was very sharp and filled with killing intent, just like an eagle's nose. This person was the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's leader. Rhinoceros Eagle. I asked you a question. Why didn't you fight? His right hand gently pointed to the left. A green light attacked, causing the heads of several martial artists to explode. The remaining martial artists' pupils constricted. They thought that Rhinoceros Eagle was talking to himself, but who knew that he was talking to them? They were immediately killed before they could react. It has appeared. It's at Master Mountain. Suddenly, a large number of martial artists said anxiously. They didn't dare to go against Rhinoceros Eagle's will. Rhinoceros Eagle's cold gaze looked at Master Mountain. There were only 4 youths there, and only 2 of them were facing them. Only 2 people, but it seemed that no one dared to go up the mountain to seize the key. Moreover, the foot of the mountain was full of corpses. It seemed that a great battle had occurred not long ago. The strength of the 4 youths was not bad. It was very likely that they were geniuses of the 7 major martial arts palaces. Give me the key and I'll let you leave. A gloomy and somewhat ear-piercing voice floated out from Rhinoceros Eagle's mouth, causing people to shudder. I found the key. It belongs to me. However, on top of the mountain, Lin Ling's firm voice also came out. At this moment, he was holding his sword with one hand and staring coldly at Rhinoceros Eagle. Their gazes were like invisible sparks that bloomed in the air. He refused. Does he want to die? Many people gasped. That youth was so proud. Even if Rhinoceros Eagle came, he wasn't afraid. After all, Rhinoceros Eagle was the true king of the Xianhuang mountain range. Do you think you can stop my Rhinoceros Eagle Fort with just 4 people? Rhinoceros Eagle's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he spoke again. You can try to climb the mountain. On top of the mountain, Lin Ling was unmoved. He pointed his sword down from afar, causing Rhinoceros Eagle to frown. He stared at Lin Ling, then looked at you. Behind Lin Ling. Suddenly he guessed something. My Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's second in command, Lone Eagle, died in your hands? What? Chapter 673. Wind and clouds gathered in all directions. That scum really did die in my hands. While the crowd was still in shock, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Everyone's pupils constricted. He really did kill him. His enmity with the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle was irreconcilable. This young man was truly a ferocious dragon crossing the river. You want to die. Rhinoceros Eagle's killing intent became more and more intense. Even the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle people behind him were scared witless. After all, they hadn't felt their leader's killing intent for a long time. Once a leader revealed his killing intent, it was very scary. Enough nonsense. Let's try climbing the mountain. Lin Ling didn't say anything more. He only remembered his own goal, which was to protect the Old Master Mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! A formless wind blew. The young man on top of the mountain stood straight like a pine tree. Rhinoceros Eagle's pupils constricted. Finally, he coldly shouted, "Surround this place. I want to see how long this arrogant sneer can last." He was smarter than Tiger Mountain. He knew that the 4 young men on top of the mountain must have some ability to face the crowd. Moreover, there were many corpses at the foot of the mountain. Tiger Mountain was probably also dead. Although he wasn't afraid of the young man, he wouldn't waste any useless effort. Therefore, he wanted to exhaust the young man's spirit. He was cautious and wouldn't take a risk easily. As expected of Rhinoceros Eagle. What a cunning old fox. No wonder he could unify the mysterious Yellow Mountains. The crowd began to whisper. Rhinoceros Eagle chose to surround but not kill. This move was even more sinister. As expected, those who weren't afraid of brave warriors were most afraid of these brave warriors who knew their limits. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. For a moment, the entire Old Master Mountain was silent. It was like the calm before the storm. Heavenly concubine, rest. I'll keep watch. On top of the mountain, Lin Ling faintly smiled. The opponent wanted to exhaust his spirit. Let's see who could exhaust the other first. Rhinoceros Eagle might have thought that Lin Ling would be tense and ready to fight at any time. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling's soul power was extremely strong. It had already covered the entire Old Master Mountain. Nothing could escape his soul power. Therefore, he might as well raise his spirit. Time passed by slowly. At this moment, thunder rumbled and a large amount of clouds were parted. A purple figure seemed to be stepping on thunder and lightning finally. He landed heavily on the ground. The purple lightning young master is here too. Looking at the young man who was like a dragon among men, many people gasped. It was getting more and more lively. Obviously, the seal on the key had attracted even more experts, including the terrifying 18th young master. It's very hot here. At the same time, in another direction of the forest, a blue figure also walked out. He waved an ice fan with an indifferent expression. Wherever he went, it was as if he came from the ancient profound ice kingdom. So cold. Many martial artists took a detour and looked at the young man in fear. One of the 18 young masters, young Master Xueling, had also come. Right now all sides were on the move. After the 2 young nobles arrived, they glanced at each other with fear. Their gazes finally fell on the Master Mountain. Their faces revealed a hint of surprise. They didn't expect Lin Ling to have found the key. Had the key finally appeared? He had to get it. Greed flickered in their eyes. Young Master Xueling frowned and said, "Tiger Panshan is one of my men. Lin Ling, did you kill him?" Tiger Panshan is one of young Master Xueling's men? The crowd was stunned. No wonder Rhinoceros Eagle Fort hadn't eradicated Tiger Panshan. He had a powerful background behind him. No wonder young Master Xueling would oppose Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. However, Lin Ling had killed Tiger Panshan. That was equal to offending young Master Xueling. Moreover, that youth was called Lin Ling. Was he the mysterious youth from the Dragon Gate Inn? Many people suddenly realized that this youth was so terrifying. Many of them had heard that Lin Ling was the first-place winner of the 7 Profound Martial Houses Dragon Lake Tournament. But now they knew that this first-place winner was truly terrifying. In just a short time, he had already dared to challenge the 18th young master. Young Master Xueling, how about we put aside our hatred for now? Kill that youth. Rhinoceros Eagle's eyes were gloomy and cold. He hadn't thought that the 2 young nobles would come, but since they had already come, he couldn't change anything. But that youth at the summit must die. He had also heard of Lin Ling's name, but he had always disdained to care about it. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he knew that this Lin Ling's reputation was not undeserved. At the very least, he was able to move him. Okay, first we kill Lin Ling, then the two of us can compete for the key. Young Master Xue Ling nodded, his eyes cold as he looked at the summit. After he finished speaking, the purple lightning young master's voice sounded out. Lin Ling humiliated me in the past. Today I will wash away that shame. I will also kill him. After this, the three of us can compete for the key. The three powerhouses looked at the summit with malice in their eyes. They all wanted Lin Ling to die. Everyone's pupils constricted. This result was beyond their imagination. Lin Ling, when he first went to the Seven Profound Martial House, he had become famous during the disciple recruitment ceremony. When he rushed through the Star Sea Pagoda, he had created a massive number of records. In the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he had smiled proudly at the crowd of heroes. In the 100 territories, he had a small reputation. But today, this terrifying talent Lin Ling would perish at Old Master Mountain. The three powerhouses had not only taken action for revenge, but also to prevent future troubles. Perhaps they were also afraid that Lin Ling would grow. You all want to attack me? On the summit, Lin Ling's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His calm voice floated out from his mouth. How can a genius be insulted by ants? In the past I wanted to fight you, but because Rhinoceros Fort's third master took a life for you, you did not cherish it. Instead, you were arrogant in front of me and even killed my people. Today, I will absolutely let you know how fierce I am, and you will regret being so frivolous in front of me. Young Master Snow Spirit coldly nodded, as if saying, You have blasphemed the name of the 18th young master. You can be proud in front of me once, but twice you must die. If I want to kill you, there is nothing in the world that can stop me. I am the same. Last time you insulted me, but that was only a sneak attack. Today, in front of everyone, I will have a fair fight with you, and you will die without shame. The Purple Lightning young master indifferently said. As one of the 18 young masters, how could he be humiliated by Lin Ling? As for the Rhinoceros Eagle, he sneered again and again. He didn't say anything. He only wanted Lin Ling to die. What a disgrace. This is the 18th young master? On the summit, Lin Ling's insolent laughter spread out, causing everyone's eyes to flash. Lin Ling was facing three powerhouses and he could still laugh? Young Master Snow Spirit, can you be any more hypocritical? In fact, you only want the key to the ancient tomb. Why do you have to find such an ugly excuse? If you want to fight, I will accompany you. After Lin Ling laughed, his voice instantly became cold. In the past, when he and the Purple Lightning young master sparred, young Master Snow Spirit came and looked at him with disdain, as if he wanted to prove his prestige as a young master. At that time, Lin Ling was fearless. But today, young Master Snow Spirit was obviously greedy for the key, but he found an admirable excuse for himself, saying that the name of a young master could not be blasphemed. Hypocrite! Lin Ling, stop trying to mislead people. Chapter 674. Kill Lin Ling. Purple Lightning young master, you said that I ambushed you last time, so you want to have a fair fight in front of everyone? Is your so-called fair duel the three of you bullying me? As one of the 18 young masters, you actually borrowed someone else's hand to regain your face. You're the most shameful of the 18 young masters. Lin Ling's mocking voice rang out again, causing the crowd to be stunned for a moment before snickering inwardly. Although the Purple Lightning young master wanted to wash away his shame, it was clear that he didn't dare to face Lin Ling. Thus, he borrowed someone else's hand to fight. The 18 young master's name was completely lost. You. The Purple Lightning young master's face turned green and red. He was so angry that the lightning on his body trembled. Lin Ling's mouth was too hateful. Loser, a piece of trash. You. However, the Purple Lightning young master's angry voice rang out. Lin Ling was disdainful of him, disdainful of this young master whose name shook the entire upper three regions. Heavenly concubine, the Purple Lightning young master is the weakest. I'll leave him to you. The other two to me. Lin Ling pointed his sword downwards. This battle was unavoidable. Thus he would use his sword and fire to face his enemies. These greedy and overbearing bastards wanted to steal the key, But did they have the strength to do so? What? You won't fight me? You? The purple lightning young master's face twisted. Lin Ling didn't even want to fight him. To make him fight the woman beside Lin Ling was a great humiliation to him. Lin Ling wants to fight young Master Xueling? The crowd's pupils constricted, their hearts filled with anticipation and excitement. They never thought that the Xianhuang mountain range would be so vast and mighty because of Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was as arrogant as ever. With his King Spirit Realm strength, he challenged two experts at the same time. One was the king of the Xianhuang mountain range, Xiying. He was said to be invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The other was the 18th young master. He controlled the terrifying power of ice. Although he was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, he was a genius. Even Xiying didn't dare to underestimate him. Could Lin Ling still be alive? He's merely a junior who hasn't even reached the Emperor Spirit Realm. Rhinoceros, make your move. Since he mocked me for teaming up with you, I won't make a move. Young Master Xueling said coldly. He had his own pride. As expected of young Master Xueling. From what I can see, he disdains joining hands to kill Lin Ling. The crowd secretly admired Xueling, but what they felt was true. Although Lin Ling was very dazzling, the time he had spent growing up was too short. How could he compare to Xueling? Therefore, the other party naturally disdained to join forces with him. Moreover, even with Xiying's help, many people didn't have high hopes for Lin Ling. Lin Ling could defeat an ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. That was already impressive, but that was clearly his limit. Xiying wasn't an ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator either. How long did you kill him? Young Master Xueling asked coldly. He seemed to be saying that if the rhinoceros eagle delayed for too long, the rhinoceros eagle would roll down and he would deal with it personally. In 5 moves, I want him dead. Kill. Xiying's eyes were as cold as knives. The corner of his mouth revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Once he killed Lin Ling, he would get the key. At the same time, on the other side, the heavenly concubine was already fighting with the purple lightning young master. The battle was at the foot of the mountain. Waves of energy blew in all directions, causing many people's eyes to narrow. That girl's strength didn't seem to be much weaker than the purple lightning young master. The people who were with Lin Ling were also strong. For a moment, the crowd was filled with anticipation. This battle at Old Master Mountain was going to be exciting. Die! At this time, Xiying attacked. However, he didn't pounce on Lin Ling. Instead, he pounced on the heavenly concubine. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Was Xiying going to sneak attack the heavenly concubine? However, with Xiying's personality, that was indeed what he would do. Despicable. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling's expression instantly changed. Without any hesitation, he pounced down. The heavenly concubine was currently fighting the purple lightning young master. If Xiying sneak attacked, the heavenly concubine would be in trouble. After Lin Ling pounced down, Xiying's body suddenly changed. His right hand formed a fist and punched out. 100 rhinoceros moves the heavens and earth. This fist was heaven-shaking and incomparably terrifying. It released the strength of a mid-stage royal spirit realm cultivator. It was like an ancient rhinoceros had crashed into Lin Ling. What? The crowd was stunned. They suddenly understood. Xiying seemed to be attacking the heavenly concubine, but in reality, he was luring Lin Ling down so that he could receive his attack. One had to admit that this was a very deep scheme. Moreover, he had firmly grasped Lin Ling's weakness. However, Xiying was a mid-stage royal spirit realm cultivator. Facing a king spirit realm junior, he still used such a despicable method. This was a bit unsightly. You're plotting against me? Lin Ling's soul force had always been powerful. When Xiying's spiritual energy changed, he immediately sensed it. His body moved and he used the cloud soaring steps, allowing him to float away like a cloud. First move. Following that, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. It was like he was mocking Xiying. Even though Xiying had plotted against Lin Ling, he still didn't succeed. You're courting death. This time Xiying pounced towards Lin Ling. His fists punched out in the air like meteors. Every punch was vast and majestic. He was using strength to suppress Lin Ling. It was obvious that Lin Ling's martial arts foundation was deep. but his low cultivation realm was his weakness. In a head-on clash, Lin Ling couldn't gain the upper hand. Cloud soaring steps. How could Lin Ling not know this? Therefore, he didn't meet force with force. The true meaning of cloud spread out beneath his feet, making him ethereal and formless. He once again dodged the attack. Moreover, just as he dodged, his indifferent voice rang out, "Second move, first master." How ironic! It was just killing a King Spirit Realm Jr. Xiying hadn't gained the upper hand in 2 moves. Instead, Lin Ling was toying with him like a cat clawing at a mouse. Enough! 1,000 rhinoceros crossing the boundary. An angry roar rang out. Xiying's fists wildly punched out. A terrifying power erupted. From afar, it looked like thousands of rhinoceroses were ramming into a mountain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Old Master Mountain also shook, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently. What a terrifying power! Xiying isn't weak. Otherwise, I would have eliminated him long ago. He's invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Of course he's invincible. Young Master Xueling said indifferently. Xiying also had a king physique in beast form. Moreover, he wasn't weak. Therefore, ordinary Emperor-level martial arts were even more powerful in his hands. Even if he didn't have the true meaning of martial arts, he could still suppress Lin Ling. This was the benefit of having a high cultivation realm. Lin Ling, is he going to die? The crowd stared with wide eyes. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could survive 5 moves from the king of the Xianhuang mountain range. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling's body became ethereal. He actually floated among the countless terrifying rhinoceroses. He was like a cloud but also like the wind. Those earth-shattering fists couldn't even touch Lin Ling's hair. It was a very sharp movement technique. Moreover, he was extremely experienced in battle. Lin Ling, do you only know how to run? Xiying roared again. It had been 3 moves, but he still couldn't shake the young man. This was a disgrace. Are you stupid? You're in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. You're even at the peak of the middle stage. I'm only at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. You want me to fight you head-on? Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out from Old Master Mountain. His voice was ethereal and carried endless mockery. How arrogant! He's able to survive 3 moves from Xiying at such a young age. He's really powerful. Moreover, Lin Ling wants to protect the key, not win. Therefore, Lin Ling isn't impulsive. The crowd was shocked. Oh. Chapter 675. The Clash of the 5th Move, Lone Rhinoceros Cauldron. At the foot of the mountain, the rhinoceros roared again. Through the previous battle, he knew that Lin Ling's cultivation realm wasn't high, but his martial arts foundation was very deep. Lin Ling could use techniques to avoid his power, so he had to force Lin Ling to meet force with force. Woo-woo! A deafening sound came out, and green smoke filled the air. In the eyes of countless people, a green light flowed out, and a huge ancient rhinoceros appeared at the foot of the mountain. This rhinoceros' hind legs stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The rhinoceros horn shone with a cold light as if it was going to pierce the heavens. This move will kill you. A voice filled with killing intent came out, and that ancient rhinoceros pounced towards Lin Ling. Moreover, it was very fast. It was obvious that this move wasn't only powerful, but its speed wasn't any weaker than Lin Ling's. If Lin Ling lost his advantage in speed, how could he be a match for the rhinoceros? The terrifying power locked onto Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's eyes to focus. Just as he stepped out, the rhinoceros' terrifying killing intent locked onto him again, and it seemed like he couldn't avoid it. Then the Old Master Mountain shook again, and in Lin Ling's eyes, that ancient rhinoceros shot towards him. Its speed was very fast, causing the air to explode as if it was coming from the void. Dominating song of the world. At the crucial moment, Lin Ling channeled his sword intent to the peak, and it was half a step into 70% sword intent. Then he slashed out. Rumble! In midair, a terrifying tornado erupted, and a dazzling light burst out, causing countless people to have difficulty breathing. However, they still had their eyes fixed on it. At the waist of the majestic Old Master Mountain, there was a huge sword that was resisting the ancient rhinoceros. Countless light rays bloomed in all directions with the man and beast as the center. This visual was extremely eye-catching. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was resisting the attack, but he wasn't killed. But then that ancient rhinoceros horn shone with a cold light. Suddenly, a force was generated, and Lin Ling, who was holding the dominating song of the dominating sword, was sent flying. Chi! Chi! Lin Ling stomped on the ground, drawing out a long trail. In the end, he stabbed his sword into the ground, and only then did he balance out the terrifying impact. The rhinoceros eagle was so strong. One had to know that his sword intent was incomparably vast. Once his sword struck, it would cut down all enemies. However, this was the first time he had been at a disadvantage. This exchange made Lin Ling realize that rhinoceros eagle was much stronger than solitary eagle, even though they were both at the middle stage of the emperor spirit realm. As expected of the first master, forcefully suppressing the boiling blood in his body, Lin Ling stood up and looked down at the giant rhinoceros. The fourth move. Boom! At the foot of Old Master Mountain, the hearts of the crowd shook like thunder. Lin Ling hadn't lost yet. There was no doubt about rhinoceros eagle's strength. They thought that as long as Lin Ling's speed advantage could not be used, then he would die without a doubt. However, Lin Ling had met force with force and he was still alive. What a terrifying genius. His sword intent has already surpassed ours. If it weren't for his low cultivation level, rhinoceros eagle would have been the one to die. Young Master Snow Spirit's eyes narrowed. He hadn't seen the battle between Lin Ling and the Purple Lightning young master, so he disdained Lin Ling. But now he felt the pressure. Lin Ling's strength came from his martial arts foundation and his martial intent. The martial intent he possessed seemed to be something an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator should possess. It felt as if Lin Ling was an experienced martial Dao master. If Lin Ling's cultivation level had reached the Emperor Spirit Realm, then even young Master Snow Spirit wouldn't have the confidence to win against Lin Ling. At most it would be a draw. Therefore, young Master Snow Spirit's eyes flickered continuously. The desire to kill Lin Ling in his heart grew stronger. Since you've avoided my solitary rhinoceros cauldron, you must have reached your limit before. You won't be able to block it again. The fifth move. Rhinoceros Eagle's sinister voice rang out. He was furious. After 4 moves, he still couldn't kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling had left him more and more humiliating. However, he also sensed that Lin Ling had reached his limit. Next, he wanted Lin Ling to die. A junior at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. For a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator to use his full strength to kill him, Lin Ling would die with honor. Do you really want to kill me? Halfway up the mountain, Lin Ling stood on a huge rock. His expression was incomparably cold. His gaze swept across the surroundings of Master Mountain. There, greedy gazes were looking at him. Everyone wanted him dead and wanted to steal his key. However, these people reaped without sowing. They only knew how to tyrannically seize everything, treating Lin Ling like an ant that could be trampled on. If they wanted to steal, then let's see if they had the strength to do so. If they wanted to kill him in 5 moves, then let's see who would be the victor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Ling's clothes fluttered in the wind, and a destructive aura spread out, causing the air to turn illusory. Hot. It was incomparably hot. Master Mountain suddenly turned into a volcano. What? Lin Ling's aura is even stronger than before. Around Master Mountain, many people's expressions changed drastically. They thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit, but who knew that Lin Ling still wanted to fight? Moreover, his will to fight was getting crazier and crazier. Suddenly, they had a feeling that the young man must have experienced many life and death battles to be able to reach this point. Therefore, the closer he was to death, the more tenacious he became. Kill me in 5 moves? Whoosh! In midair, Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards the foot of the mountain like a meteor. Lin Ling couldn't block him in 5 moves, but why should he? This time Lin Ling was on the move. Has he used his king physique? What's the use of it? On the ground, Xiying transformed into an ancient giant rhinoceros. This was his beast form king physique. With the help of the ancient demonic beast's blood, he could transform into a fierce giant rhinoceros. However, although this technique was tyrannical, it had a fatal flaw. After using this technique, there would be a temporary side effect, making him unable to fight back. Therefore, he didn't use this technique green fiend blood rhinoceros body. And after using this technique, he must kill the enemy. Ignoring Shi Ying's disdain, Lin Ling held his sword with one hand. His clothes had turned blood red at some unknown time, causing many people's eyes to flicker. This was the last move. Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. Was he overestimating himself and sending himself to death? However, Lin Ling's body was blooming with a terrifying battle intent, as if it was going to burn the world. Still the same old tricks, huh? Solitary rhinoceros cauldron. Green. Shi Ying's whole body spewed out green smoke. It was ancient, tyrannical, and tyrannical. It made people tremble with fear. It was as if they were afraid of being trampled to death by the giant rhinoceros. It was also afraid of being strangled by the violent aura. This was an ancient beast. Boom! Shi Ying's thick hind legs stomped on the ground, causing the earth to split open, layer upon layer like waves of earth. Using the strength of its hind legs, Shi Ying shot towards Lin Ling like a cannonball. Dominating the world. Boom! Solitary rhinoceros cauldron. Boom! The most powerful confrontation once again collided in midair, making the crowd forget how to breathe. Their hearts were shaken. This was the most powerful battle in the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. Boom! The two powerhouses collided. Just like before, the terrifying sword intent still couldn't stop the horn of the ancient giant rhinoceros. That rhinoceros horn was invincible. Even the sword intent was shattered. The result is still the same. Lin Ling is not Shi Ying's opponent. The crowd sighed. Lin Ling was still a bit weak. Oh. Chapter 676. Young Master Xueling made his move. I'll end you with the fifth move. Haha. Rhinoceros Eagle let out a triumphant laugh. The rhinoceros horn on his forehead swung and flung Lin Ling's sword away. Then, his rhinoceros horn went straight for Lin Ling's chest, intending to pierce through him alive. It's not that simple. Haha. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, causing Shi Ying's pupils to dilate. It's not that simple? What does that mean? At the same time, a terrifying and scorching aura finally erupted. In the air, flames soared into the sky and turned into countless small vermilion birds that flew in circles. Fire had appeared. It was incomparably gorgeous, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Was this Lin Ling's king body? This king body's level was probably not low. Using force against force, I admit that I am not your opponent, but my flame can burn everything, the flame of the great vermilion bird. Haha, Lin Ling said coldly. In his left hand a vermilion bird appeared. The vermilion bird stared at Shi Ying as if it had a spirit. Then it slammed down heavily. Lin Ling was very clear that he was only at the peak of the king's spirit realm. If he really wanted to fight Shi Ying, who was at the middle stage of the emperor's spirit realm, he would definitely not be his opponent. Therefore, his sword intent would not be able to win. Only by using his king body could he win. Boom! The ancient vermilion bird appeared in the air. Its destructive power was like a volcanic eruption, causing Shi Ying's body to tremble. What a scorching flame! Solitary rhinoceros cauldron. Haha! He roared. He wanted to destroy the vermilion bird and turn Lin Ling's pride into ashes. Bang! Under the collision, the great vermilion bird exploded. Rhinoceros Eagle wanted to sneer, but Mu Rant's pupils constricted. The ancient great vermilion bird had indeed exploded, but it emitted an incomparably terrifying flame, which then entangled him. These flames could not be extinguished. His solitary rhinoceros cauldron was very powerful. No one was his opponent, but the flame did not collide with him, it burned him. What kind of fire is this? Haha! The rhinoceros eagle's gigantic body tumbled down and let out a panicked cry. The crowd's pupils constricted. The rhinoceros eagle had been defeated by the fifth move? A fifth-grade king physique, 5 motifs true flame, and a 60% true meaning of fire. How could you possibly block that? Lin Ling's ice-cold voice drifted out, and the hearts of many violently pounded when they heard it. Lin Ling actually had 2 true intents of martial, this genius was too monstrous. Not only that, compared to the true intent of sword, Lin Ling's true intent of fire was even more powerful, able to incinerate everything. This could very well be his true trump card. Save me. At the foot of the mountain, the rhinoceros eagle unceasingly let out agonized screams, rolling back and forth. The flames of the vermilion bird were madly burning him. His attack power was strong. The solitary rhinoceros cauldron was known as the hegemon of the world. However, if he couldn't even touch the flames, what use was that? His defensive power was also terrifying. But the heat of the flames ignored his defenses and continued to burn him. 5 moves and he had lost. If this continued, he would definitely die. He was the king of the Xianhuang mountain range. His strength was tyrannical, and his schemes were profound. He had never rashly challenged Lin Ling, and had only made his move when he had the confidence to do so. He had tested him step by step, thinking that Lin Ling was already dead, and that he would die without a doubt. Who would have thought that he had underestimated Lin Ling? Invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm indeed, but invincibility didn't include geniuses, nor did it include monstrous geniuses, and Lin Ling was a monstrous genius. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Ling's entire body was covered in flames, making him look like a flame god. His ice-cold eyes looked down, and a trace of killing intent flowed out. He wanted to kill the rhinoceros eagle. I've said it before, if you dare to climb the mountain, die. Kill. A voice filled with killing intent reverberated from halfway up the mountain, causing the rhinoceros eagle's entire body to tremble. He was scared, and he madly roared, "Young Master Xueling, my rhinoceros eagle castle will pledge allegiance to you from now on. Save my life. Kill." His panicked appearance made the crowd feel that it was very unreal. Was this the domineering and arrogant rhinoceros eagle from the beginning? Even the members of the rhinoceros eagle castle couldn't believe their eyes. Their leader was actually begging for mercy. This terrifying reality caused even their black panthers to tremble. The rhinoceros eagle castle no longer had the swagger they had at the beginning. Lin Ling, die. Die. When Lin Ling pounced towards the rhinoceros eagle, young Master Xueling finally made his move. He had no choice but to make a move. Lin Ling's terrifying talent made him even more fearful. A 5th-grade king physique, that was the same kind of king physique as him. This meant that Lin Ling's talent wasn't inferior to his, and his martial arts foundation and comprehension were stronger than his. The only difference was the amount of time they had spent cultivating. If he didn't kill Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would stand above his head in the future. How could he let a genius who was even more monstrous than him appear? Chi. Endless icy mist drifted out. Young Master Xueling seemed to have turned into an icy cloud on the horizon. He shot towards Lin Ling from midair, and wherever he passed, snow would fill the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was in midair, frowned. A new vermilion bird's flame was already brewing in his left hand. He was thinking intensely in his mind. Currently, he had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. After all, the battle with the rhinoceros eagle didn't seem long. But the rhinoceros eagle was very strong. Every time he blocked an attack, he would consume a lot of spiritual energy. And now, young Master Xueling had made his move again. Although young Master Xueling was in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, the pressure he gave Lin Ling was even stronger than the rhinoceros eagle. After all, although the rhinoceros eagle was powerful, he wasn't from the 7 major martial arts halls and wasn't a genius. Young Master Xueling, on the other hand, was... Young Master Xueling, didn't you arrogantly say that you disdain to join forces with others? Why are your actions so ugly now? Where did your pride go? A cold mocking voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. Young Master Xueling's expression froze, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was indeed arrogant before and thought that he could easily kill Lin Ling, so he disdained to join forces with others. However, after Lin Ling's battle with the rhinoceros eagle and his terrifying talent, he was afraid. Cut the crap. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Extreme frost. Young Master Xueling said coldly, causing the crowd's eyes to flicker. Young Master Xueling was very hypocritical. His arrogance before was just for show. When he met someone he was truly afraid of, he would still join forces with others. Great Vermilion Bird's Flame. Young Master Xueling's terrifying frost energy attacked, forcing Lin Ling to stop. The Great Vermilion Bird's Flame in his hand slammed out heavily. Boom! One red and one white, one fire and one ice collided in midair. Chaotic spiritual energy blew in all directions. Some of the weaker people were contaminated by the spiritual energy and instantly turned into ice sculptures. In the next moment they were burned alive. The attacks of two geniuses were terrifying. Is this a genius? Many people were in awe. The world of geniuses was indeed something they had to look up to. However, young Master Xueling was nothing. He was already famous as the 18th young master. The most terrifying one was Lin Ling. He was actually so terrifying that he was not weaker than the 18th young master. Die! Boom! Young Master Xueling slammed out his palm, and endless ice spewed out. It was his 5th grade king physique, and he had also cultivated the true meaning of ice. His face was ferocious, and he constantly used the power of ice to suppress Lin Ling. Finally, with a boom, Lin Ling's flame was extinguished, and Lin Ling's body was sent flying. He crashed heavily on the mountaintop, and half of the mountaintop was turned into ice sculptures. In this collision he had the upper hand. Oh! Chapter 677. Sky-burning fury. Lin Ling is no match for young Master Xueling. Yes. Moreover, Lin Ling has already fought with Xiying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Yes. The crowd stared at the top of the mountain and discussed animatedly. They were not surprised by the outcome. After all, young Master Xueling's cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's. Furthermore, his king body was at the same level. How could Lin Ling win? Moreover, Lin Ling was already exhausted, while young Master Xueling was not. You want to fight with me? Yes. Young Master Xueling regained his former arrogance. He took out his ice fan and waved it gently, as if he was telling the crowd how powerful he was. Whoosh! At the same time he waved his right hand and a stream of ice spirit chi shot towards Rhino Eagle, extinguishing all the flames on Rhino Eagle's body. Rhino Eagle sucked in a breath of cold air. He was finally saved. Then he looked towards the top of the mountain and saw that it was covered in ice and snow. Lin Ling was terrifying in his heart. He thought that he could kill Lin Ling, but who knew that he would almost die at the hands of Lin Ling? It seemed that only young Master Xueling could suppress the monster Lin Ling. From now on, Xiying Fort will submit to young Master Xueling. Yes. Then Rhino Eagle hurriedly bowed to young Master Xueling. This time he was thoroughly convinced. Young Master Xueling's previous move seemed to have killed Lin Ling. But in reality, it also showed Xiying the difference between him and young Master Xueling. Xiying was almost killed by Lin Ling. However, young Master Xueling made a move and Lin Ling was just a joke. Young Master is still the best, Xiying said again. Young Master Xueling nodded slightly. Of course. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling is, he is no match for me. His appearance is just to prove my brilliance. Go and take the key. Yes. Yes, young master. Yes. Xiying did not dare to resist. I didn't expect the final winner to be young Master Xueling. Yes. The crowd looked at young Master Xueling, who was in charge of everything. Then they saw the rhinoceros eagle rushing towards the mountain peak. However, at this moment a cold voice rang out. Young Master Xueling, I asked the two of you to work together. You disdained to work together, but you attacked when I was about to defeat the rhinoceros eagle. You made me anxious and unable to defend myself, and then you said that you won. Are you, young Master Xueling, so shameless? At the top of the mountain, the flames that had disappeared appeared once again. A slender figure stood at the top of the mountain like an indomitable giant. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face caused the expressions of countless people to change drastically. Lin Ling was still alive. Moreover, they could see that the flames on Lin Ling's body were burning even more vigorously. His battle intent was boiling with fury, heavenly flames, and the ancient flames of the vermilion bird. At this moment, the youth seemed to be the representative of fire. The youth had already stabbed his sword into the ground beside him. He raised his hands to the sky and a huge blazing sun appeared above his palms. Moreover, a large amount of light shot towards the blazing sun, causing the blazing sun's energy to become even more terrifying. Lin Ling still has one more trick up his sleeve. That fire is so scary. The voices of the crowd became difficult. Lin Ling seemed to have no limits. Although he was injured, he was still fighting and protecting Old Master Mountain. Rhinoceros Eagle, quick, don't kill him. Quick! At the foot of the mountain, young Master Snow Spirit's pupils constricted as he stared at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a monster. He didn't expect that Lin Ling was still alive and was only severely injured. Moreover, a martial artist below the Emperor Spirit Realm was still alive after facing his power of ice. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a thing. However, he had also guessed that it was Lin Ling's flames. The scorching heat could break ice. Now he could feel that the blazing sun that Lin Ling was holding was very frightening. It seemed to be a real blazing sun with 70% of the true meaning of fire. Lin Ling was borrowing the light of the sun. However, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling's realm was low, and this was an unchangeable fact. If he wanted to block these two powerful martial artists, he could only borrow the power of heaven and earth. Borrowing the power of the sun was the scorching sun, Sparrow Sun. Heavenly concubine, come back. Screech. Lin Ling spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. He was injured in the previous battle, but his gaze was resolute. Right now, he was going to risk his life and fight with all the spiritual energy in his body. If he couldn't win this battle, then he would die. He had asked the heavenly concubine to return because he knew that once his strongest absolute art was unleashed, the foot of the mountain would become a forbidden zone of fire. Kill him quick, he's preparing. Screech. As the heavenly concubine ran towards Lin Ling, young Master Snow Spirit said anxiously. Even the purple lightning young master's pupils constricted. He had also seen the previous battle and didn't expect Lin Ling to be so terrifying. No wonder Lin Ling didn't bother to fight with him back at the restaurant. Lin Ling was indeed stronger than him. Lin Ling die. Screech. Rhinoceros Eagle also knew that the critical moment had arrived. That young man was going to trigger the taboo. He had to kill Lin Ling before the taboo erupted. And when he was preparing the taboo, it was also when Lin Ling was at his weakest. Boundless demon eye. Boom! However, as he drew closer and closer to Lin Ling's pupils constricted. A terrifying soul force bloomed out, causing a pair of ghostly eyes to appear in the sky. They locked onto Rhinoceros Eagle. Then two blades as thin as silk wings shot towards Rhinoceros Eagle from both sides. Blade of Nirvana. A crazed roar rang out. Lin Ling's pupils turned red. In this battle he had used all his cards. Even if he couldn't kill his enemy, he would still teach this greedy enemy a lesson. No! Boom! Rhinoceros Eagle roared. He wanted to resist, but the boundless demon eye caused his soul to go blank. He could only watch helplessly as the two blades of the death god shot towards him. He never thought that Lin Ling would still have a trump card. In truth, Soul Force had always been Lin Ling's trump card. However, Soul Force was not like spiritual energy. After it was consumed, it recovered very slowly. Thus, Lin Ling only used it in a life or death situation. As for spiritual energy, because the Wangxiang in Lin Ling's dantian was clear, his spiritual energy was much denser than an ordinary martial artist's. His recovery speed was also much faster. Swoosh! The two blades of the death god instantly pierced through Rhinoceros Eagle's soul, shattering it. His face turned pale and he stopped in his tracks. It was as if he never thought that he would die here. Of course he could still live. Previously, as long as he was far away from Master Mountain, he could still live. Unfortunately, he had forgotten the taboo. Climbing the mountain, death? Plop! Rhinoceros Eagle fell. An ambitious and ruthless person had died on Master Mountain. The three leaders of the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort had all perished. The crowd was as silent as death. This result was beyond their imagination. Lin Ling's final struggle was still very terrifying. Die beast! Exclamation point. Young Master Snow Spirit's pupils constricted. He never thought that Lin Ling would still have a trump card. Now that Rhinoceros Eagle had failed, he would risk his life to interrupt Lin Ling. Whoosh! The cold wind whistled. Young Master Snow Spirit transformed into an icy cloud and frantically floated towards the mountain peak. Young Master Snow Spirit is also afraid. Exclamation point. The crowd looked at the anxious young Master Snow Spirit and were extremely shocked. Sorry, I was too slow. Exclamation point. However, from the top of the mountain, an indifferent voice floated out. It carried a hint of ruthlessness and ridicule. If it was a one-on-one or a fair fight, Lin Ling would not be afraid. He would not blame anyone if he lost. However, if they joined forces to kill him and launched a sneak attack, how could Lin Ling show mercy? Blazing sun, sparrow sun. Blazing sun. From the top of the mountain, the terrifying blazing sun was rolling down. The frenzied energy seemed to be Lin Ling's frenzy. Furthermore, it was more like the wrath of heaven and earth. Chapter 678. The people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Legend has it that in ancient times, when the Heavenly Emperor was enraged, 10 suns appeared in the world to burn the world. Although there weren't 10 suns now, there was one. It was enough to make anyone cower in fear. Rumble. The blazing sun shrouded the mountain, and the scorching storm made young Master Xue Ling stop in his tracks. He didn't dare to rush up the mountain, so he turned around and rushed down the mountain. He realized that his ice energy was about to melt when facing the blazing sun. Indeed, borrowing the power of the sun was terrifying. Lin Ling. Run! As he fled, young Master Xue Ling let out an angry roar. He was aggrieved and humiliated once again. After all, he had almost killed Lin Ling. Boom! The blazing sun smashed into the ground, and a solar storm appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The wind that blew out was scorching hot. It was like flames. The entire Old Master Mountain had turned into a sea of fire. The crowd stayed far away, trembling in fear. Just as Lin Ling said, Old Master Mountain was really a forbidden area. Pa! 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 The scorching flames were still burning. There were the flames of the vermilion bird and the flames of the sun. The Old Master Mountain would probably turn into a sea of fire for a year. On the Old Master Mountain, Lin Ling's face was pale. He had used all his strength in this battle, but his eyes were indifferent as he looked down the mountain. Lin Ling. At this moment, a furious roar was heard from afar. Young Master Xue Ling had appeared, but he was in a sorry state. His cool and unrestrained ice fan had also been shattered. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly enough to avoid the terrifying sun. Otherwise, he might have died here with a grudge in his heart. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He wasn't surprised that young Master Xue Ling was still alive. His opponent was the 18th young master, who was stronger than the Purple Lightning young master. He should be one of the strongest in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling's cultivation level was too low, so it was difficult for him to shake young Master Xue Ling. Young Master Xue Ling, you said that I appeared to prove my light. But where is your light now? Ha! After a faint smile, Lin Ling spat out a disdainful voice, causing young Master Xue Ling's expression to turn extremely ugly. Light? Young Master Xue Ling escaped quickly, or else he would have died. The surrounding crowd was muttering to themselves. Does young Master Xue Ling still have any light left? The title of the 18 young masters was lost by him. Young Master Xue Ling, you're very impressive. You're one of the 18 young masters and the #1 genius under the age of 20 in the Icefield region. Killing me would be as easy as flipping your hand. But why am I still alive? Why am I not dead even after you joined forces and launched a sneak attack? Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling. Young Master Xue Ling's face was incomparably ferocious and even distorted. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he was afraid of the sea of fire at the foot of his master's mountain. The fire somewhat restrained his ice, causing it to melt continuously. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he had to wait for the sun's fire to dim before he could do so. But now Lin Ling was using the fire of the sun to humiliate him. Come and kill me if you can. Lin Ling shouted again. There was a trace of madness in the depths of his eyes, causing the corners of the people in the distance to twitch. Lin Ling was asking young Master Xue Ling to kill him, but young Master Xue Ling was afraid of the terrifying sea of fire, and did not dare to go near his master's mountain for the time being. Although Lin Ling's strength was not comparable to young Master Xue Ling's, it was clear who would win today. After all, Lin Ling had shocked the crowd by killing Tiger Panshan and Rhinoceros Eagle, and then fighting young Master Xue Ling. Therefore, even if young Master Xue Ling won, it would not be glorious. If Lin Ling had maintained his full strength, young Master Xue Ling would have had a harder time winning. Moreover, young Master Xue Ling had not won yet. On the other side, young Master Purple Lightning looked at the endless flames with an ugly expression. This move meant that he was no match for Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling did not bother to fight with him. He was indeed not qualified. Countless people looked at the young man on the mountain peak. No one dared to move or kill him. Lin Ling is so strong. In the distance, Yu Er's escort team did not leave because they were worried about Yu Er. At the beginning, Lin Ling said that he would keep Yu Er safe and sound. At that time, they did not believe him at all. They even felt disdain for him. But now they had no choice but to believe him. This was because the young man was supporting the Master's Mountain alone, protecting Yu Er and the rest. The key belongs to the capable. Those who are not can get lost. Bullying others with numbers is not a skill. At this moment, the clouds in the sky rolled over. A unicorn with several figures approached from afar. A silk banner was hung on the luxurious carriage dragon. These people were very noble and majestic. Their grand arrival made many people's eyes twinkle. Dragon? Could it be that place? Lin Ling's face slightly changed. More people are coming. Who are these people? The luxurious carriage stopped in the sky, and the golden curtain was lifted. Then, an old man in luxurious clothes walked down with several people. The old man's expression was calm, and his every movement carried a noble aura. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You found the key?" His voice was not condescending. Instead, it was gentle and amiable. "Yes, senior." The old man was very polite. Lin Ling was also not a difficult person to get along with, so he immediately nodded. "Very good." The old man smiled. Then he looked around the Master's Mountain and said in a low voice, "This key was found by others. You are trying to snatch it. You are too overbearing." No one dared to refute his words. Even young Master Schwelling frowned. He did not dare to speak for a while. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile, "Give me the key. With me here, no one will dare to touch you. Moreover, you have found the key. If you want any reward, just say it. There is nothing that my Heavenly Dragon Empire cannot give." "Yes. Heavenly Dragon Empire." "Yes." Lin Ling's pupils constricted. "One of the 100 territories, 5 ancient countries?" "Yes, little brother. With us here, no one will dare to bully you. You just need to hand over the key." The old man smiled again. He gave people a kind and amiable feeling. "I am sorry, senior. I cannot hand over the key." "Yes." However, Lin Ling only pondered for a moment and immediately replied indifferently. He thought that the old man was amiable and should be a fair person. However, the old man was also greedy for his key. It was just that the old man's method was different from the old man's method. Everyone was greedy for the key and wanted to take it for themselves. They had all sorts of methods. This made Lin Ling clench his fists tightly. He was still too weak. That was why he was bullied one by one. If he was strong enough, would these people dare to say anything? "Can't? You want to die? Brother." Beside the old man, a young man dressed in white suddenly shouted. He seemed to think that the old man was humbly talking to Lin Ling. That was a reward for Lin Ling. But Lin Ling did not give him face. He was simply courting death. "You are the same as them. It is just that you are wearing masks and are more hypocritical. At least they are openly snatching. Brother." Chapter 679. Fear of breaking the vase. "Junior, don't be rude," the old man said to the young man beside him and looked at Lin Ling again. "You can't get the key, so why are you so stubborn? Sometimes you have to know your own limits. Asking you to hand over the key is to protect you. Senior, you don't have to worry about that. However, I am the one who found the key. Although my strength is low, I can guarantee that it won't be easy for those who want to snatch the key." Lin Ling said word by word. His attitude was extremely firm. The old man's eyes flickered and the young man beside him shouted, "How dare you? You're just a lowly commoner. It's your fortune that the Lord is talking to you. How dare you refuse?" This time, the old man didn't stop the young man. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is really powerful. Since the soft approach didn't work, you decided to use force? What's funny is that I had a good impression of you from the beginning. However, I didn't know that the human heart is sinister. Lin Ling shook his head and continued to retreat step by step. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The white-robed young man shouted again, took a step forward and grabbed at Lin Ling. 18th Young Master Tung Long. At the foot of the mountain, young Master Xue Ling muttered to himself. The reason why he didn't say anything was because he recognized the people who came. Not only did he know that they were from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, he also knew who the young man in white was. He was one of the 18 young masters who were above him, young Master Tung Long. There were 18 young masters, representing the most outstanding geniuses under the age of 20 in each region. However, some of the upper 3 regions were very powerful, causing the geniuses of those regions to be even more terrifying. Young Master Tung Long was from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. His strength was twice as strong as young Master Xue Ling. Among the 18 young masters, young Master Tung Long was ranked 8th. His strength had reached the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The Heavenly Dragon Empire also came, but Lin Ling still refused. Does he want to die? As for the crowd, they were shaking their heads. Lin Ling was really stubborn. One by one, the strong cultivators came, but Lin Ling did not give them any face. Lin Ling was not afraid to fight anyone who wanted to snatch his key. Alas! The old man in luxurious embroidered clothes sighed softly. He didn't stop young Master Soaring Dragon from attacking. Instead, he maintained his benevolent expression and said, "Why are you so stubborn? Junior, remember not to hurt him. He is the one who found the key, so we must treat him with respect." Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Young friend, give up resisting. After we get the key, we will reward you." He wanted to snatch the key, but because he didn't want to lose the prestige of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, even if he attacked Lin Ling, he had to find a way to justify himself. Instead, he said that Lin Ling was too stubborn and couldn't see through himself. It was as if he was making plans for Lin Ling, but Lin Ling, who did not understand the ways of the world, misunderstood his good intentions. However, how could Lin Ling be fooled by such a fake excuse? He retreated even faster and arrived beside Qin Zhengtan and Yu Er. Then he saw that the key was about to be born. He grabbed the key in his hand and coldly looked at the young man. "If you dare to touch me, I'll destroy the key." "What? How dare you?" Young Master Tung Long stopped in his tracks. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a trick up his sleeve. He would rather die than live in dishonor. Lin Ling was just an ant to him. He couldn't be compared to the value of the key. "Take another step forward. Let's see if I dare to do so," Lin Ling said indifferently. His strong and decisive manner made the crowd gasp. Lin Ling was very smart. He knew that he shouldn't act rashly. "If you have the guts, hand over the key immediately and I'll let you go. This is what I, young Master Tung Long, have said." Young Master Soaring Dragon enunciated each word clearly as he released his powerful aura at the same time. He wanted to intimidate Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know who he was. At the same time, the old man's face turned cold. "Young friend, don't make a mistake. If you offend the Heavenly Dragon Empire, you won't be able to live." He thought that young Master Tung Long would be able to capture Lin Ling easily, but who would have thought that he would fail? Therefore, he took off his mask of kindness. He wished that he could kill this ant. "Are you threatening me? If you dare say that again, I'll immediately destroy the key." However, Lin Ling was still indifferent. His attitude was extremely strong, as if he didn't fear the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He even faintly smiled. "Heavenly Dragon Empire, one of the 5 great ancient countries. You've given me such a high position, but you don't even know my name? Who are you?" Young Master Tung Long shouted. From beginning to end, he didn't care to know Lin Ling's name. 7 profound martial houses. Lin Ling. "I'm the one who killed your Heavenly Dragon Empire's Long Zhe. Do you think your hypocritical masks will work on me?" Lin Ling coldly smiled. His words caused the old man and young Master Tung Long's eyes to narrow. They had naturally heard of Lin Ling. He had killed someone from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He was the Heavenly Dragon Empire's mortal enemy. They hadn't thought that they would meet Lin Ling here. "Since it's you, then I can't let you live." Young Master Tung Long's eyes were as cold as a knife. He had a good relationship with Long Zhe, so he would definitely take revenge. Are the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire idiots? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He looked at young Master Tung Long with contempt. If you can kill me, then come. Why bother putting on an act? Young Master Tung Long wouldn't dare. The crowd shouted. The Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't dare, at least not now. This was because Lin Ling held the key. If he destroyed it, then the Heavenly Dragon Empire would have come here in vain. Compared to the value of the ancient tomb, Lin Ling's life wasn't worth anything. Lin Ling, you're smart. You're brave and resourceful. Many people secretly thought. Now that all the big shots had gathered here, Lin Ling was like an ant. However, none of them dared to touch Lin Ling. They could only watch as Lin Ling showed no fear of them. Damn Lin Ling. Today you'll never leave the Xianhuang mountain range. Rumble. At this moment a steel ship arrived from afar. It was a majestic steel ship with the word Duan hanging on it. The Duan family of justice had also arrived. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was indeed a gathering of big shots. However, he wasn't worried. Instead, he said something to Qin Zhongtan and Qin Zhong'an. Then, he asked them to bring out the tea set and drink tea at the top of the mountain. These big shots wanted to snatch his key. They surrounded him at the top of the mountain and thought that he, Lin Ling, would die. How could he, Lin Ling, lose face? So what if there were more powerful enemies? Lin Ling wasn't afraid even if the sky collapsed. He was even drinking tea while waiting. What? Lin Ling is drinking tea? How bold! The crowd looked at the young man sitting on the top of the mountain and their pupils constricted. Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He was even drinking tea in a carefree manner. This was a great humiliation to the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family. Lin Ling. Duan Tianhe was on the steel ship of the Duan family. At this moment he saw Lin Ling calmly drinking tea. He was furious. After all, Lin Ling should be flustered by his arrival. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was also incomparably angry. After all, both of them had countless experts. Any one of them could kill Lin Ling. However, they couldn't kill him. If you want to kill me, then come. If you don't want to kill me, then get lost. Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded. He was holding a teacup in his hand. This made the eyes of the two ancient countries turn red. Chapter 680. Three Sides Negotiation Kill? Lin Ling's death was a small matter. After all, they could kill Lin Ling at any time. But if the key was destroyed, it meant that the ancient tomb would disappear from the world. They couldn't afford to take this gamble. Too late. Duan Tianhe looked deeply at Lin Ling, and then at the old master mountain. The mountain was still burning like a sea of fire. He immediately knew that a great battle had taken place not long ago and Lin Ling had blocked all the cultivators and obtained the key. It had to be said that this result was beyond his expectations. Not long ago, Lin Ling had defeated Lin Ling. At that time, he was only an invincible King Spirit Realm cultivator. But now, it seemed that ordinary middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators couldn't stop Lin Ling. Only Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators could fight against Lin Ling. Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Kill. Duan Tianhe decided to take action. He and Lin Ling had an irreconcilable enmity. So in order to kill Lin Ling, it was worth it even if he had to give up the ancient tomb. Duan Tianhe, you're crazy. On the other side, the old man sensed Duan Tianhe's killing intent and immediately shouted. However, he still couldn't stop Duan Tianhe's attack. Duan Tianhe, do you want to die? Suddenly, a resounding voice resounded from the horizon, and it caused Duan Tianhe to stop in his tracks. He looked into the distance and saw the winds and clouds roiling in the distance as an ancient green qilin appeared. It was divine and dignified, and a man sat on the qilin. The man wore armor and had a powerful aura, making him seem like a war god from ancient times. Duan Tianhe. Yes. Duan Tianhe's pupils constricted, and he no longer dared to act rashly. He was also one of the family heads of the Justice Duan family, but there were still the princes Qilins Duan kings and other big shots above him. These big shots had the power to communicate with heaven and earth, and could kill him with a flick of a finger. Lord Long is also here. Bring the Dragon King. Yes, the armored man shouted as he looked at the old man. Obviously, the old man's status wasn't low and he was very strong. He should be the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Prince Duan, it's a good thing you showed up. Otherwise, your people would have messed things up. The luxuriously dressed old man frowned. The armored man coldly stared at Duan Tianhe, then looked at Lin Ling, who was at the top of the mountain. Lin Ling, this junior, was like an ant, but he was really bold. With so many great figures here, he was still fearless and used the key to threaten them. What do you want? The armored man, Prince Duan, said lightly. His voice was like thunder, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Of the 5 great ancient nations, 2 of them were only below the 7 great martial arts halls. They had come for the key, but even though they knew that Lin Ling had the key, they didn't dare to make a move against Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had stirred up the entire 100 territories by himself. The key is mine, and we want 1/3 of the spots to enter the tomb, Lin Ling said calmly as he glanced at the ancient experts in the sky. You're very brave. Don't tell me you're not afraid of losing your life after obtaining the treasure? Prince Duan said lightly, full of majesty. In the current situation, even if I hand over the key, I'll still lose my life. Since that's the case, what do I have to fear? Lin Ling said lightly, causing Prince Duan to frown. An aura of disdain spread out. He was furious, but because he was concerned about the big picture, he endured. The old man from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Lord Long, also endured. At the same time, he gave a look to the person behind him. Since they couldn't use force, they could only threaten Lin Ling secretly. As long as they got the key, they would kill Lin Ling. Heavenly Dragon Empire, Duan family, the dignified Lord Long and Prince Duan. How dare you bully a junior like this? At this time, another rumbling sound came from afar. Clouds rolled in the sky, and an ancient black tortoise the size of a mountain slowly walked over. On top of the black tortoise, a large number of people stood proudly. These people's strength was terrifying, causing Lord Long and Prince Duan's eyes to narrow. The people from the Great Qin Empire had arrived. Father! On top of the mountain, Qin Zhengtian immediately shouted. The people from the Great Qin Empire had finally arrived. Lin Ling's face relaxed. Facing the pressure of so many powerful figures, he was also under a lot of pressure. But now the people he had been waiting for had finally arrived. You guys are very strong. On top of the giant black tortoise, Qin Xiao looked at Lin Ling and Prince Duan and smiled. Beside him, there was an even older old man, but his seniority seemed to be higher than Qin Xiao. He also looked at Lin Ling with a smile, and there was a hint of praise in his smile. Lin Ling nodded, knowing that there was nothing for him to do now. Looks like we were still too slow. Lord Long sighed lightly. The people from the Great Qin Empire had arrived, and the owner of the last key had also appeared. It should be the Great Qin Empire. Even if they wanted to snatch it, they might not be able to. After that, Lord Long looked deeply at Lin Ling. All of this was caused by that junior, and that junior was actually from the Great Qin Empire. He said indifferently, snatching the key is a matter for you geniuses, but you lost to him. Beside him, the soaring dragon prince's face was cold as he said indifferently, I will kill him. His gaze was filled with anger and disdain, and Lin Ling also noticed it. But Lin Ling only shrugged as if to say, you didn't kill me before, so it's the same now. After that, the people from the 3 great ancient nations began to discuss with each other. In the end, they decided that after 3 days, each of the great ancient nations would take out a key and open the old tomb. Only 10 people would be allowed to enter the old tomb. Each of the 3 great ancient nations would send 3 people, and the extra person would draw lots to decide. The battle for the key had thus ended. The crowd sighed. They did not expect this result at all. But when they left, they all looked at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's name had finally become famous in the upper 3 regions. Oh, haha, Elder Lin, you're amazing. You're a hero from the younger generation. With your own strength, you blocked the tyrannical forces of the various factions. Your title of Elder is well deserved. In Xianhuang City, Qin Nan looked at Lin Ling with admiration. When he knew that the key had appeared, he was worried that it would be taken away by the other factions. But he did not expect Lin Ling to be able to protect the key in the end. Qin Nan was also one of the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire. His seniority was even higher than Qin Zhao's, and his strength was unfathomable. Otherwise, the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family would not have compromised and negotiated. Old Master Qin, you're too kind. I'm just doing what I should. Linling smiled. Since the other party was polite, he was polite too. And this is not my work alone. Qin Zhengtian and the others also worked hard. His words made Qin Zhengtian, who was behind him, feel a little emotional. Linling did not ask for credit, and he shared some of the credit with him. This made him a little famous in the Great Qin Empire. He was no longer a useless person. Haha. Then I won't say any more polite words. Anyway, you're a guest elder of the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire will always be your backing. Qin Nan smiled and said, as for the quota for the tomb this time, we were quite lucky. We drew an extra quota, so 4 of us will enter the tomb this time. They are Elder Lin, Qin Zhengtian, the heavenly concubine that you recommended, and Qin Ji. Linling looked at a young man. He was about 20 years old, but his strength was also very terrifying. He was one of the 18 young masters. Oh. Chapter 681. The ancient tomb opens. The 18 young masters represented the most outstanding proud sons of heaven from each region. Qin Zhengtian was one of them, and Qin Ji was also one. Although they were both from the Great Qin Empire, they were not from the same region. But this Qin Ji's strength was comparable to Sir Soaring Dragon. They were both extremely fierce. Elder Lin, your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. Qin Ji wasn't arrogant. He looked at Linling and smiled. Linling also smiled back. The 4 of you can rest. We will set off in 3 days. Everyone exchanged a few more words and then parted ways. Linling returned to his room and chatted with the heavenly concubine and the others. This trip to the ancient tomb was a time for them to be reborn. They weren't weak amongst their peers, but facing the older generation of geniuses, their background was still lacking. After all, the Proud Son of Heaven role had 500 Proud Sons of Heaven, and they were only ranked 400th. There are many fortuitous encounters in the ancient tomb. If everyone has a lucky chance, then we will definitely soar to the heavens. Linling said with some anticipation. Qin Zhengtian and the heavenly concubine were also excited. Amongst the tens of thousands of geniuses, they had obtained a rare spot. They absolutely could not waste this spot. After everyone spoke, they returned to their rooms and began to work hard for 3 days from now. Linling sat down cross-legged in cultivation, his eyes flashing. Currently, he was still at the peak of the King Spirit realm. He estimated that his combat strength could easily obliterate a Middle Emperor Spirit realm martial artist. But facing a true Proud Son of Heaven, his strength was a bit lacking. After all, his martial arts background was deep and his talent was high, but so were others. Moreover, others also had the true meaning of martial arts. This made it difficult for him to gain any advantage. Unless he stepped into the Emperor Spirit realm, then he would have the confidence to sweep away all geniuses of the same boundary. Sir Snow Spirit, if I step into the Emperor Spirit realm, then you will die beneath my flames. Linling's pupils were icy cold. He was even more eager to become strong. Today's events had taught him that in the 100 territories, his strength was still very small and weak. Before him was the 7 profound martial house. Among them were the 5 great ancient countries. And behind them were the 18 young masters. None of them were weak. Linling's current goal was to surpass the 18th young master. 3 days quietly passed. Early in the morning, profound Yellow City was bustling with activity. Those martial artists that didn't have the chance to enter the old tomb didn't leave. Instead, they wanted to see just who would obtain the greatest harvest from this trip to the old tomb. And of the 10 geniuses that entered the tomb, one of them would definitely become famous in the rainforest. Young Master Tung Long is one of the 18 young masters of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He comes from the Heaven's Roar Academy, and is ranked 250th on the Heaven's Chosen list. Prince Xueling is also representing the Linling family to enter the ancient tomb. This genius is also very powerful. That day he almost killed Linling. And young Master Xuanwu, young Master Beiwu. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. These 10 geniuses all came from the 7 major martial halls. They were the 7 profound martial house, Howling Sky Academy, Ancient Tao Martial Palace, Sun Moon Heavenly Gate, Central Martial Hall, Great Sun Emptiness Temple, and Sky-Bearing Mansion. In the crowd, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He first looked at the Heavenly Dragon Empire's side. Besides young Master Tung Long, there were two other geniuses. They were both at the early royal spirit realm, but their strength should be quite good. As for the Justice Duan family's side, there was also an unfamiliar young master. He was at the middle royal spirit realm, and his combat strength should be comparable to young Master Tung Long, another one of the 18 young masters. And on his side, the strongest was Qin Ji, who was also at the middle royal spirit realm. Then Lin Ling helplessly smiled. Of the 10 geniuses, his cultivation was the lowest. The crowd was also aware of this scene, and a strange thought rose in their hearts. A King Spirit Realm Master was also one of the top 10 geniuses. This was like a dream. If it were any other time, it would have attracted a lot of ridicule. But after the battle at Master Mountain, Lin Ling's name had shaken the upper 3 regions. No one dared to underestimate Lin Ling. Apart from the middle royal spirit realm geniuses, it wouldn't be easy for the early royal spirit realm geniuses to kill Lin Ling. After the tomb is over, I will definitely kill you. Among them, young Master Snow Spirit and young Master Purple Lightning coldly looked at Lin Ling. Young Master Tung Long did the same. Both of them had grudges with Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. After all, in the tomb, if he could break through to the next realm, then killing young Master Snow Spirit would be a piece of cake. It wouldn't be a draw. Let me emphasize one thing. The tomb is an unstable space. You are not allowed to fight inside. Otherwise, the space will collapse and you will all die. Therefore, you only need to search for treasures. Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire warned. His meaning was that no matter how big the grudge was, it should be settled after leaving the tomb. Soon after, the people from the 3 ancient countries took out their keys and collided them in midair. At the same time, the wind and clouds surged and lightning appeared, occupying half of the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. Soon after, the sky was torn apart, and a pitch-black bronze door descended from the sky. The tomb was opened. Drip blood into the jade token and enter the tomb. Remember, treasures are important. Yes. Over at the Great Qin Empire's side, Lin Ling also received a jade token. After dripping a drop of blood into it, the jade token could reflect a person's condition. The tomb is full of danger. The jade token is the key to the exit. You must take good care of it. Qin Xiao stared at Lin Ling and the other 4. The tomb was an unstable space. In fact, there were people who had entered before. However, when the time was up, they had to leave and the keys would disappear. Only by gathering the keys could the tomb be opened again. There were many treasures inside and everyone wanted to get their hands on the powerful spiritual weapon. However, until now no one had found it. Lin Ling and the other 3 nodded. Then looking at the bronze door, they strode in. At the same time, the other 2 ancient countries entered as well. Boom boom boom. The bronze door disappeared and so did the 3 keys. The crowd was disappointed. They didn't know if they would have the chance to enter the tomb again. Pop pop pop. The sound of a large number of bubbles bursting could be heard, but it did not last long. When Lin Ling's gaze focused, he realized that he had appeared on an ancient path. A stone tablet was erected beside the path of the heavens. Looking around, he saw that the other 9 people were standing at the side, looking around curiously. Besides an ancient path that was about 20 meters wide, there was no other way forward. Beside the ancient path was a deep abyss filled with fog. It looked like a dangerous place. Lin Ling, I asked you to hand over the keys last time. How dare you not do it? The soaring dragon prince, the dragon god, withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and looked at Lin Ling with intense killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. Other than him, Prince Xueling and the leader of the Duan family also looked cold. There were no people from the Great Qin Empire here. Who could protect Lin Ling? Dragon Prince, you're crazy. If you attack here and cause the space to collapse, both of us will die. At this moment, Qin Ji said coldly. The soaring dragon prince frowned. He almost forgot about this taboo. Chapter 682. Heaven's Path. It seems like we can only turn enemies into friends. Lin Ling smiled calmly. His words made young Master Tung Long and the others' faces turn ugly. Turn enemies into friends? Is that even possible? Lin Ling was mocking them. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying sound came from the front. It felt as though a giant was walking towards them. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard such a sound in this strange place. Among them, the heavenly concubine was nervous. There was also a female genius from the Justice Duan family who had a pale face. Lin Ling, go and take a look. The leader of the Justice Duan family said coldly. His name was Duan Tiangang, and he was known as Young Master Qianqi. His strength was also terrifying. However, he had just arrived at the Xianhuang mountain range 3 days ago. Therefore, he didn't know what happened at the old master's mountain range. The path ahead looked dangerous. He actually thought that he was the leader and wanted Lin Ling to take a look. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll go just because you want me to? Lin Ling coldly laughed as he replied, his words causing Duan Tiangong's eyes to flicker with a sinister light. He then spoke in a low voice, among the 10 of us, your cultivation base is the weakest. If you don't go, who else can it be? We are all geniuses. It's not worth it to die here. However, you're just an ant after you die. He seemed to be saying that he was the 18th young master with a noble status. On the other hand, Lin Ling was a lowly commoner who deserved to die. Yeah, Lin Ling, you go. The dragon monarch said indifferently. After the 2 young masters of the ancient countries spoke, the geniuses behind them also started to complain about Lin Ling. They wanted Lin Ling to explore the path ahead. To them, not killing Lin Ling was a gift to Lin Ling. Therefore, did Lin Ling have the right to talk about conditions? Who do you think you are? What can you do if I don't go? Everyone spoke one after another. However, Lin Ling only smiled and shrugged. You. Duan Tiangang and the others frowned even more. Lin Ling was obviously shamelessly shaking his head and making it clear that he wasn't going. Although they wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling, they didn't dare to do it. If you leave the tomb, you won't be able to survive. Perhaps you will die in the ancient tomb. The dragon god and the others threatened Lin Ling coldly. However, Lin Ling remained unmoved. He merely smiled. Alright, you don't have the guts to kill him, so why are you still fighting with each other? Why don't the 10 of us work together and enter the depths of the tomb? Whatever grudges we have, we can talk about them after we leave the tomb. At this moment, Qin Ji suggested. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they still nodded. There has to be someone in front to take a look. How about this? The people from our 3 ancient nations will take turns scouting. That's fair. The dragon monarch also suggested. This was a pretty good suggestion. After all, the road was very long, and there would definitely be more than one hidden danger. Therefore, the 3 great ancient nations would take turns to explore the road. This was very fair. If that's the case, then I will represent the Great Qin Empire and be the first to go. Lin Ling walked out. The heavenly concubine and Qin Zhengtian wanted to say something but stopped themselves. They didn't want Lin Ling to be the first to explore the road. However, Lin Ling gave them a reassuring look and then strode forward. Haha, it's best if he dies in front. Young Master Xueling's lips curled into a gloating smile. At this moment, the fog in front of them was hazy and silent. It made one feel a sense of trepidation. They didn't know when a fatal danger would appear. Lin Ling was very cautious. At the same time, he released his soul power to guard against any sudden incidents. Gradually, the road ahead became clear. It was still an ancient road, but there were many statues on both sides of the road. Each of them was close to 10 meters tall and carved from fiery red stones. As Lin Ling got closer and closer to the statues, the sound of his footsteps caused one of the statues to open its eyes. Very scary. Judging from its aura, it seemed to have reached the Holy Spirit realm. Perhaps this was a tomb-guarding statue. One Holy Spirit realm statue wasn't scary, but if it was densely packed together, then this road was a little scary. Frowning, Lin Ling walked back along the road he came from. He was very careful. When he saw everyone again, he told them what he saw. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Holy Spirit realm statues, and the entire road is filled with them? The dragon god frowned. If you don't believe me, then go and see for yourself. Lin Ling replied plainly. However, everyone believed him. However, the entire road was filled with those mysterious stone statues. How were they going to continue? However, I can sense that the stone statues seem to be in a deep sleep. Therefore, if we remain silent, it's not impossible to pass through there. Lin Ling said again. Everyone's eyes brightened. Lin Ling's suggestion wasn't bad. Okay, let's go in a group. Remember, we must remain silent. Duan Tiangang nodded. He still treated himself as the leader of the 10. After that, the 10 of them didn't say anything else and carefully walked along the road. Duan Tiangang and the dragon god walked the fastest this time. They led the way in front, while Lin Ling and the heavenly concubine followed behind. Qin Zhentun whispered, Lin Ling, this is a little unfair. You explored the road, but they reaped the benefits. I suspect that after this part of the road, when it's their turn to explore, they won't follow the rules. Lin Ling shook his head and said, for now, it's better if we don't clash with them. After all, our goal is the treasures in the ancient tomb. Qin Zhengtian pondered for a moment and nodded. He admired Lin Ling's magnanimity. He knew the severity of the matter. Wait, look. Those are spirit crystals and there are so many of them. At this moment, someone in front of them exclaimed. That voice immediately caused the stone statues on both sides of the road to rumble. It seemed to have awakened the stone statues. Stop and be quiet. Duan Tiangang immediately shouted in a low voice. No one dared to walk any further and stopped their footsteps. Gradually, the stone statues that had awakened fell asleep again. Master Zhao, are you trying to get us killed? Everyone looked at the genius who spoke earlier with resentment in their eyes. After all, if the stone statues were awakened, all of them would die. After a moment, everyone continued forward. This time they were even more careful. They didn't even dare to look at the spirit crystals on the side of the road. Although there were many spirit crystals, they knew they couldn't get them. After all, it was too risky to get them. This road was very long. There were stone statues on both sides of the road. After walking for a full hour, there were no more stone statues in front of them. Everyone was shocked. If we work harder, we can leave this path of stone statues. Duan Tiangang thought to himself. Then, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He exchanged glances with the dragon god beside him and nodded at the same time. Bang bang bang. The two of them attacked the stone statues on both sides of the road. Although they didn't dare to use too much strength, it was enough to awaken the stone statues. After doing this, the two of them rushed forward crazily. Duan Tiangang, dragon god, you are despicable. At the back were the people from the Great Qin Empire. At this moment, all of them were shouting angrily. The dragon god and Duan Tiangang were setting them up. In a place with treasures, the fewer people there are, the better. At the front, Duan Tiangang smiled coldly. He ran forward even faster and created more noise, waking up more stone statues. Rumble. A large number of stone statues moved. An ancient aura spread out, as if ghosts and gods had awakened from hell. Everyone's heart trembled and they quickly ran forward. Chapter 683. Walk slowly, Lin Ling, let's go. The heavenly concubine anxiously shouted. They were at the back of the group and were in the greatest danger. Lin Ling didn't need her to say anything as he madly ran forward. At the same time, he looked back and saw that behind him was incomparably terrifying. A Holy Spirit realm army had awakened. However, Lin Ling suddenly noticed a flaw. The stone sculptures were powerful and had a terrifying aura, but their speed wasn't fast. Brother Qin, heavenly concubine, wait. Lin Ling began to slow down as he anxiously shouted to the front. Lin Ling, you're actually walking slowly? You're crazy. Qin Zhengtian heard Lin Ling's voice and looked back. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because there were already a large number of stone sculptures behind Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's speed wasn't fast and was only jogging. If this wasn't crazy, then what was? Don't worry, these stone sculptures aren't fast, Lin Ling said with a smile. This caused Qin Zhengtian's pupils to constrict. When he looked carefully, he realized that the stone sculptures were moving as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. However, they were indeed not fast. I saw it before. After entering here, the pills that recover spiritual energy on us all withered. Moreover, there is no spiritual energy here. This means that if we use up our spiritual energy, it will be very difficult to recover it. If we use up all our spiritual energy to travel, then it will be even more troublesome when we encounter danger. Sigh. Lin Ling added. This was something he discovered after entering the road of heaven. It was just that he didn't say it out loud. Yeah, the spiritual energy recovery pills in my rune pouch have all withered. The heavenly concubine immediately checked her rune pouch and then shouted in surprise. Since the stone sculptures can't catch up to us, then we don't need to rush. Duan Tiangang and the others are rushing ahead, so we can let them scout the way. Lin Ling smiled and said. Not bad, Lin Ling. You're actually so attentive. You even noticed this. Sigh. Qin Zhengtian laughed and also slowed down. As for the heavenly concubine, after she noticed that the stone sculptures behind them were slowing down, she collected the spirit crystals on both sides of the path. In this way, everyone made a fortune. Haha, awesome. Qin Zhengtian laughed loudly. It just so happened that Duan Tiangang and the others were running fast. If they also discovered that the stone sculptures were slow, then the three of them wouldn't be able to monopolize the spirit crystals on the roadside. Therefore, the three of them collected spiritual crystals as they walked. After walking for 2 hours, they finally saw the rest of the people resting in front of them. What? They're still alive. When Duan Tiangang and the others saw Lin Ling and the other two walking over casually, their faces instantly turned ugly. Zhengtun Elder Lin, are you alright? Qin Ji said worriedly. Previously it was chaos, and he couldn't care about anything else. So he left first. Now that he saw Lin Ling and the others walking over, he suddenly felt a little guilty. Lin Ling didn't mind. After all, Qin Zhengtian and the others had stayed behind to wait for him. That was because they had a good relationship with each other. As for Qin Ji, although he was one of them, it was the first time they had met, so their relationship wasn't that deep. Brother Ji, we're fine and we've made a small fortune. We've collected a lot of spiritual crystals along the way. Qin Zhengtian immediately laughed. His words made the others even more puzzled. How could Lin Ling and the others be fine? Qin Zhengtian wanted to anger the Dragon Monarch and Duan Tiangang, so he didn't hide anything and told them what had happened before. What? Those stone sculptures are very slow. Duan Tiangang's face instantly turned ugly. They wanted to frame Lin Ling, but they had become monkeys instead. Lin Ling and the other two from the Duan family were extremely jealous. After all, they could also collect the spirit crystals on the roadside, but because they were afraid, they didn't. Instead, they benefited Lin Ling and the others. There's one more thing that I think you guys should have noticed. That is, you can't recover your spiritual qi here. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, causing Duan Tiangang and the others to grind their teeth. In fact, they had also noticed this drawback in the following period of time. At that time they had wanted to escape the pursuit of the stone statues, so they had run madly all the way. This had led to the consumption of a lot of spiritual energy. You guys have rested enough. Let's go. Lin Ling shrugged, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Young Master Xueling coldly shouted, of course you guys have rested enough. You didn't even consume your spiritual qi, but we have consumed more than half. His tone was very bad. Obviously, he was also in a bad mood. You can choose not to go, but I can tell you that although the stone sculptures behind us are slow, they are also slowly approaching. If they are surrounded, it will be difficult for you to leave. Lin Ling said with a shrug. Young Master Xueling's eyes narrowed. Now they had no choice but to leave even if they wanted to. Everyone's heart trembled. They stood up and continued forward, but their gazes towards Lin Ling were very fierce. They felt as if they had been played by Lin Ling. Rumble. A large number of huge figures appeared behind them. As expected, the stone sculptures were getting closer and closer. Everyone continued on their way. Other than Lin Ling and the other two who were walking slowly, the others were having a hard time. After all, the stone sculptures were not tired, but they were tired. Especially the geniuses of the Emperor Spirit Realm, they felt that they had consumed a third of their spiritual qi. Lin Ling, Heavenly Concubine, and the others were still walking slowly at the back. Lin Ling looked ahead. He knew that everyone here was at the Emperor Spirit Realm, and only he was at the King Spirit Realm. In terms of spiritual qi density, he could not compare to them. Only the purity of spiritual chi had an advantage, so he had to be more careful. Look over there. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. On the left side of the path there was a floating rock, and on top of the rock was a table. There were 3 items on the table, one was a pill bottle, one was an ancient book, and the last was a mirror. These 3 items were very ancient. Even after countless years they were still spotless. The ancient book emitted a mysterious aura, and the mirror emitted a light. No one dared to underestimate it. The tomb is indeed a treasure ground. Everyone's eyes shone. The stone was not far from the road, only about 20 to 30 meters. With everyone's strength it was not difficult to jump over. The Great Qin Empire was the one to scout the path. This time, it is the Heavenly Dragon Empire's turn. Long Yishan, you go. Long Jun spoke first, as if he wanted to monopolize the 3 treasures. Young Master Tung Long, aren't you being too overbearing? The Great Qin Empire does not have the right to scout the path this time. I agree, but the next scouting should be a competition between you and me, not the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Duan Tiangang said unhappily. The 2 of them seemed to think that the treasures were theirs. I say you guys are the ones who are going overboard. The Great Qin Empire is the one to scout the path, but the treasures are collected by you 2 ancient countries. Are you all so thick-skinned? Qin Zhengtian shouted angrily. Is this considered scouting? They obviously want to monopolize the treasures. Shut up, these are the rules. This is what the 3 ancient countries agreed to. You have no right to speak. Long Jun shouted coldly, causing Qin Zhengtian to frown. His opponent was stronger than him, and was using strength to intimidate him. At this time Qin Ji walked out. He was the only one who had the strength to compete with Long Jun. However, just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling patted Qin Ji's shoulder and shook his head, indicating that Qin Ji should not speak. Oh. Chapter 684. Spiritual Yang Fruit, that's the rule. This time the 2 of you will compete, Lin Ling said. The Dragon God and Duan Tiangang laughed coldly, and used their own methods to compete. In the end, the Heavenly Dragon Empire won. One of the geniuses laughed excitedly and shot towards the rock. Rumble! As soon as he moved, a black lightning bolt struck down from the sky and blasted him into pieces. It was a terrifying lightning bolt. It was black and dazzling like a forbidden lightning bolt. A royal spirit stage genius died just like that. The Dragon God's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The 3 of them from the Heavenly Dragon Empire came in and one of them died in the blink of an eye. He roared at Lin Ling. You knew there was danger there and you didn't mention it. The tomb is already dangerous. Since it's a scouting mission, how can there be no danger? You can only blame yourselves for being too greedy. Lin Ling laughed coldly. Previously, he felt that the 3 treasures were right in front of him. But why didn't anyone try to collect them after so many years? He then used his eye of time and saw that there were people who tried to get close but were blasted into pieces by the mysterious black lightning. That was why he didn't compete with the Dragon God. Aha, Lin Ling is right. How can there be no danger when scouting? You can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. Qin Ji laughed coldly. He was very happy to see the Heavenly Dragon Empire suffer. Humph! The Dragon God snorted coldly, but he couldn't do anything. After all, he was the one who fought for the treasures, not Lin Ling. That was why he couldn't refute. Let's continue. There will be some treasures that are easy to get. Everyone looked at the 3 treasures helplessly and continued forward. They knew that the more valuable the treasure, the greater the danger. At the same time, in the outside world, the people from the 3 ancient countries looked at the jade tokens in their hands. Then, one of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's jade tokens shattered. This made everyone know that one of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's people died. The Duan family and the Great Qin Empire's people rejoiced in their misfortune. With one person dead, the number of treasures collected would be reduced by 30%. This was what the 2 ancient countries wanted. At this moment, the group continued to move forward, and more floating rocks appeared on both sides of the path. There was an ancient tree with a large number of fiery red fruits hanging from it. They were red and glistening, emitting a rich spiritual energy. The yang spiritual fruit is the fruit of the essence of the world's spiritual energy. It can greatly improve a martial artist's physical fitness and strengthen the foundation of their realm. Thundergrass. That's the most important spiritual grass for thunder attribute martial artists. Many people cried out in surprise. Among them, the purple lightning prince's eyes were filled with greed. He could give up on other treasures, but the thundergrass could greatly increase his lightning power. This was what he valued the most. This time, it's the Justice Duan family's turn to lead the way. With so many treasures, it's your lucky day. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted in the air. Duan Tiangang's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was teasing them. After all, one of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's people had already died. This proved that the treasures in the surroundings weren't easy to obtain. Go if you have the ability, Duan Tiangang coldly said. This made Lin Ling smile, but he didn't say anything. The group continued to move forward. There were even more treasures on both sides of the path. Unfortunately, they could only see them but couldn't use them. Gradually, an even bigger ancient tree appeared on the right side of the path. Moreover, there was a table under the tree. On the table sat an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed. There's someone. Everyone's eyes narrowed. They didn't know whether the old man was dead or alive. If he was alive, then this old man was terrifying. Perhaps he was a hermit expert. Soon after, the old man slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the group and smiled. Everyone's heart trembled fiercely. That old man was really still alive. Heavens, if he was still alive in the ancient tomb, then he must be a hermit expert. But what did that smile mean? Could it be that he wanted to teach them martial arts? For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. They all wanted to go to the rock. After all, this might be their chance to soar into the sky. However, the more precious a treasure was, the greater the danger. Everyone knew this, so no one dared to touch it. Dragon King, that mysterious old man seems extraordinary. If you go to the rock, maybe after leaving the ancient tomb, you will become the first in the Heaven's Pride list. Yes, Lin Ling said with a smile. The Dragon King's eyes flashed. He also had the same thought. Perhaps this was an opportunity. However, he was still cautious. He said indifferently, previously, my Heavenly Dragon Empire has already explored the path. Next it should be your turn. Yes. He didn't dare to go, so he wanted to let Lin Ling go. It would be best if he could be the scapegoat. My Duan family will give up this exploration. Duan Tiangang also said. He also wanted to go, but in the end his rationality calmed him down. Too trash. Trash. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows. The Dragon King and Duan Tiangang narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling called them trash? They were both in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit stage. Killing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping their hands. But Lin Ling called them trash. If you don't go, I will. When I get benefits, don't be jealous. Yes. Lin Ling said again, making Qin Zhongtian and the rest nervous. Lin Ling wanted to go to the rock? But that rock seemed to have many treasures, but it was definitely more dangerous. Lin Ling was going to die. Okay, go ahead. We won't be jealous. Furthermore, that tree is a young spirit fruit tree. If you pluck it, the Great Qin Empire will be able to nurture countless powerhouses. The Dragon King suppressed the anger in his heart and said indifferently. He was tempting Lin Ling to die. That's right. Even if you don't give it to the Great Qin Empire, if you consume it yourself, it will stimulate your body's potential and increase your strength by at least 10%. Duan Tiangang also said, I can't miss out on such benefits. If the two of you want to be trash, how can I be like you? Yes. Lin Ling smiled calmly and said no more. He walked to the side of the ancient path. He wanted to go to the rock. Very ostentatious, but only ostentatious before death. I want to see if you can come back alive. The Dragon King and Duan Tiangang's faces turned ugly, but they endured it again. The Heavenly Concubine and the rest were worried about Lin Ling. They wanted to persuade him, but they knew Lin Ling's temperament. Once he decided on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull him back. Coming to the side of the path, Lin Ling stared at the rock in the distance. He estimated that the rock was about 50 meters away. It wasn't difficult to jump over it, but it definitely wasn't that simple. Before, he had been using the Eye of Time to observe the rock. He knew everything about it, which was why he dared to volunteer to go there. Whoosh! Lin Ling stepped out. His body didn't fly straight to the rock. Instead, he weaved left and right like a snake. However, what was surprising was that Lin Ling didn't strike down with the black lightning. His calm appearance made the eyes of the Dragon King and the rest red. Was Lin Ling going to succeed? On the rock, the eyes of the elder sitting quietly also flashed with a trace of surprise. Oh! Chapter 685. Get Lost. Bang! After 3 breaths of time, Lin Ling finally reached the rock. The old man stood up and praised, "Not bad. Courageous but cautious. With such talent, you are qualified to inherit my legacy. However, your cultivation level is too low. If you want to inherit the ancient flame devil's legacy, you must increase your strength. I have a bottle of 9 heavens dew spirit here. It will allow you to break through to the Holy Spirit realm instantly. Consider it my gift to you." The old man smiled kindly like an expert. At the same time, a bottle of wine flew towards Lin Ling. In the distance, the Dragon King and the rest were furious that Lin Ling had taken all the benefits away. Lin Ling looked at the old man indifferently and accepted the wine with a smile. Without hesitation, he drank it in one gulp. "Thank you, senior." The old man saw that Lin Ling had finally drunk the wine and his face relaxed. He then laughed loudly. "I'm sorry, but you have indeed inherited my legacy. You are also the successor of this place. Next, you must guard this place. Before a successor appears, you will never be able to leave." What? In the distance, Qin Zhengtian and the rest narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling could not leave the rock? They then looked carefully and realized that there was a faint layer of light around the rock. It was extremely mysterious. "Aha, this tomb is really mysterious. I've been waiting here for 300 years. The last time I was lucky enough to get here, I drank the wine on the table and got trapped here. You can't drink the wine, it's a test. Once you drink it, you have to guard this place for the rest of your life. Every 100 years, someone will come to the tomb. Then I realized that I have a chance to leave. As long as someone drinks the wine, they can replace me and let me leave. Haha, little friend, you are unlucky. You drank the wine." The mysterious old man was extremely excited. The people in the distance gradually did not understand. The wine could not be drunk. After drinking it, one would not be able to leave the rock. They would be blocked by the light on the surface of the rock. If they wanted to leave, they would have to find a scapegoat and let another person drink the wine. Now, Lin Ling thought that he had inherited the mysterious old man's legacy and drank the wine. Who knew that he would be caught in his own trap? Haha, poor Lin Ling. The Dragon Monarch and Duantiangang immediately laughed. Killing Lin Ling could vent their anger, but seeing that Lin Ling was trapped here made them feel even more satisfied. Serves him right. He thought that a meat pie would fall from the sky, but in the end he made a mistake. The Purple Lightning young master also laughed in schadenfreude. As for the mysterious old man within the boulder, he laughed coldly and ignored Lin Ling. Instead, he intended to leave the boulder. However, when he took a step forward, the shield of light around the boulder continued to block his path. "What's happening?" The mysterious old man's expression changed. "Who said I drank the wine?" At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. Then he opened his mouth slightly, and a large amount of wine wrapped in flames floated out. Lin Ling did not drink. Previously, Lin Ling was able to reach this boulder because he used the Eye of Time to see that the mysterious old man was the first to reach this boulder. He seemed to be very familiar with this boulder, which was why he was able to avoid the black lightning and enter the boulder. Lin Ling naturally followed the old man's footsteps and also arrived here. Then the Eye of Time also allowed Lin Ling to see that everyone who passed by here would be bewitched by the old man. It was just that no one fell for it. Therefore, Lin Ling guessed that there was a problem with the wine. The old man was not an expert. In fact, he was the same as them, a martial artist who entered the ancient tomb to search for treasures. It was just that he had entered before them. How could you not be fooled?" The mysterious old man roared. He had almost succeeded, but this young man was as cunning as a fox. He had been happy for nothing. Harming others will only harm yourself. Serves you right for being trapped here for 100 years. Lin Ling coldly laughed and ignored the old man. Instead, he came to the side of the ancient tree and collected a large amount of yang spirit fruits. At the same time, he collected and ate them. "You dare to touch my yang spirit fruits?" The old man roared again, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He pounced towards Lin Ling late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm strength. "Unfortunately, you've been trapped here for so many years that your Ling Qi has been exhausted. Now, you only have an empty shell but no strength." "Scram!" Lin Ling coldly shouted. Scorching hot flames erupted from his left hand. A vermilion bird flew towards the old man and wrapped around him, burning him. Everything was as Lin Ling had guessed. The old man's cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, but the ancient tomb continuously consumed Ling Qi and could not be recovered. The old man had stayed here for hundreds of years and his Ling Qi had long been exhausted. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? Ignoring the old man who was being burned by the flames, Lin Ling collected the yang spirit fruits again. At the same time, he carefully examined them. This yang spirit fruit could allow a cultivator to be reborn. Moreover, the fruit contained a trace of the fire element essence of heaven and earth. It was extremely helpful to fire element cultivators. Of course, it was also very helpful to other element cultivators. It was an extremely rare heaven and earth fruit. In the distance, the dragon monarch and the others watched as Lin Ling plundered the yang spirit fruits. Their faces were all black with hatred. They thought that they could see Lin Ling's pitiful end, but who knew that Lin Ling was very calm? He did not treat the mysterious old man as an expert at all. Not only did he break the situation, he even obtained a great deal. "Yang spirit fruits, if I get them, my strength will definitely increase greatly." Lin Ling, how hateful. Duan Tiangang and the others were also incomparably jealous. "This is not ripe yet. The taste is not very good. I don't want it." Lin Ling collected the yang spirit fruits as he ate them. After the yang spirit fruits entered his body, a warm current flowed through his entire body, bringing him a step closer to the Emperor Spirit Realm. His body also received a great improvement, and his cultivation became more solid. Some of the fruits were not ripe yet. Lin Ling took a bite and threw them away. That kind of boldness made the dragon monarch and the others bleed in their hearts. Lin Ling was very hateful. He deliberately angered them like this so that they could only look and not obtain them. Moreover, the unripe fruits were priceless to them. But Lin Ling just took a bite and threw them away. After collecting the yang spirit fruits, Lin Ling looked at the wine jug on the table. There were still 2 more jugs, so he might as well take them with him. "Junior, you're courting death." The old man was still being burned by the vermilion bird's flames. It seemed that Lin Ling was tyrannically sweeping everything away. He immediately roared again. "If you treated others sincerely, they might have considered how to help you after entering this place. Unfortunately, you're always thinking of harming others. So you deserve it." "Humph." Lin Ling smiled indifferently. He stepped out of the rock and jumped back the way he came. "Lin Ling, everyone who sees the young spirit fruits will have a share. Our 3 ancient countries will divide them equally. Young Master Qianqi Duan Tiangang, what do you say?" After Lin Ling returned, the dragon monarch immediately said coldly. Duan Tiangang nodded and also looked greedily at Lin Ling. Divide them equally? Their calculations were not bad. All of them were hypocrites and treacherous. How could Lin Ling divide them equally? He coldly smiled and said, "When there was danger, I explored the path alone. But after the harvest, you want to divide them equally. Can your faces be any thicker? I don't care. Dividing them equally is fair. I can't let you take all the benefits alone. Yes, when we were collecting spirit crystals, we didn't ask you to hand over a portion. That was already a great reward. Now, you must hand over a portion of the yang spirit fruits." Yes, the dragon monarch and Duan Tiangang's attitudes were extremely firm. Chapter 686. Entering the cave previously, Lin Ling had asked them to explore the path. If they went and obtained benefits, Lin Ling would not be jealous, but they did not dare to go. Now Lin Ling went alone to explore the path, and after obtaining benefits they became jealous. Did they really think that Lin Ling was an ant that could be trampled on? Therefore, Lin Ling did not bother to speak any more nonsense. Only one word, Scram. Lin Ling, you are very greedy. So many of us have asked you. But you did not even give us a single one. Since that is the case, why don't we join forces and subdue Lin Ling first? At this time, the Purple Lightning young master coldly said. He was trying to sow discord, after all. He knew that the Dragon King and Duanji were afraid of the ancient tomb's rules, so they did not dare to act rashly. But how could he let Lin Ling do as he wished? Lin Ling was stronger than him. This was something he had witnessed at the Master Mountain. But Lin Ling had humiliated him before. This enmity, he would definitely avenge. In the short term he could not touch Lin Ling, but he could borrow the hands of others. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, the Heavenly Dragon Empire and Justice Duan family's people became restless. You dare. Qinji naturally also quietly took a step forward, ready to guard against any unexpected situation. In front of treasures, people would be impulsive, sometimes even forgetting some taboos. The Dragon King and Duanji were definitely like this. Subdue me. Lin Ling's eyes became cold. He looked at the Purple Lightning young master. This person had lost to him last time and was still brooding. Now he wanted to sow discord. What was the point of keeping such a person? Since he wanted to kill Lin Ling would not let him go if he could kill him. Purple Lightning young master, if you kept a low profile and did not provoke me, I would not have bothered with you, but now you are courting death, boundless demon pupil. Lin Ling indifferently shouted. Both of his eyes emitted a mysterious light, causing the Purple Lightning young master's body to tremble. He was very close to Lin Ling, so he had no idea that Lin Ling would kill him. The moment the boundless demon pupil appeared, the Purple Lightning young noble's soul force was shaken. His mind went blank, and there was only one thought in his mind. Lin Ling had gone crazy, attacking without any hesitation, treating him, the Purple Lightning young noble, like an ant. Suddenly he regretted it. He shouldn't have tried to drive a wedge between them, because this action would only lead to death. Blade of Nirvana. With a spurt of energy, Lin Ling condensed his soul force into two small blades that were as thin as silkworm wings and shot them straight at the Purple Lightning young master. No! The Purple Lightning young master roared in his heart. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. He could only watch as the soul blade came and crushed his soul. Plop! The Purple Lightning young master, one of the 18 young masters, had fallen here. Everyone's pupils constricted. He died just like that? All of this was like a dream. After all, they didn't think that Lin Ling would really dare to attack. Was he not afraid of causing the tomb to collapse? In fact, how could Lin Ling not have thought of this? However, his soul force attack was formless and colorless, so it wouldn't cause too much of a disturbance. That was why Lin Ling was so unrestrained. Blabbermouth, you deserve to die. Lin Ling indifferently said, causing the Dragon Monarch and the others' eyes to be filled with killing intent. When they wanted to subdue Lin Ling said again, the two of you together are indeed very strong, but if you can't kill me in one move, then I will cause a commotion in the tomb and everyone will die together. So if you dare to kill me, then come. Thunder. His voice was like thunder, causing the Dragon Monarch and the others to calm down. Lin Ling's strength might not be as good as theirs, but killing Lin Ling in one move was somewhat difficult. If they failed, then they would all die. This was not the result they wanted to see. Then why did you kill the Purple Lightning young master? Are you not afraid of causing the Purple Lightning young master to resist and cause the tomb to collapse? Duan Tiangang angrily roared. He was very unhappy in his heart. After all, they couldn't kill Lin Ling, but they had to watch as Lin Ling killed their people. You can do the same, but the prerequisite is that you have the ability to kill in one move and not cause a commotion in the tomb. If you have the ability, then I welcome you to kill me. Lin Ling's lips curved into a disdainful smile. His attitude was extremely unyielding, even provocative. It was as if he was saying, I'll stand here and let you kill me. If you have the guts, then come and kill me. If you can kill me in one move, then come. Go, go, Duan Tiangang coldly shouted. He didn't have the ability, so he could only sullenly continue forward. The Dragon Monarch was the same. After the people from the two ancient kingdoms left, Qinji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Ling was even more powerful than he imagined. He was able to make the two young nobles suffer, and this was something that he, Qinji, couldn't do. Lin Ling also smiled. Then, He took out a large number of yang spirit fruits to increase the strength of the heavenly concubine and the other two. The yang spirit fruit was a natural treasure that accumulated over time. It didn't mean that it would be ineffective after consuming it once, but the more it was consumed, the greater the effect. This would help Lin Ling build a solid foundation for breaking through to the king spirit realm. Then, Lin Ling and the others continued forward. The ancient path still seemed to have no end, but the rocks on the path began to turn black, and the floating rocks on both sides were closer. When Lin Ling and the others arrived at the area, the dragon monarch and the others were already collecting treasures. Because the rocks were closer, collecting treasures wasn't as dangerous. However, the less dangerous it was, the lower the value of the treasures. They had collected many treasures, but they couldn't compare to Lin Ling's yang spirit fruits. TSK, a 5th grade emperor ranked martial art, and there's even a cultivation method. Over there, that's a heaven and earth fortune fruit. It can change a martial artist's appearance and greatly change their innate spirit body. The remaining 8 people were all extremely excited, including Lin Ling. Lin Ling also obtained a few heaven and earth fortune fruits. This was a very rare natural treasure that could change a martial artist's innate spirit body. It was even more precious than the 7 Revolutions Awakening pill. For example, if a 5th grade innate spirit body swallowed a heaven and earth fortune fruit, it was very likely that it would become a 1st grade innate spirit body, instantly soaring into the sky. Of course, if Lin Ling's 5th grade innate spirit body swallowed a heaven and earth fortune fruit, it was very likely that he would become a water-type martial artist. And if he was lucky, it would allow his innate spirit body to rise in rank. But if he was unlucky, it might fall to a 1st grade innate spirit body. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't use the heaven and earth fortune fruit. In addition to the heaven and earth fortune fruit, there was also the yin-yang helplessness flower. This was very suitable for the heavenly concubine's Pisces innate spirit body. In general, everyone had a good harvest on this journey. No wonder everyone wanted to enter the ancient tomb. The path gradually widened, and then a huge black hole appeared. It seemed that there were no other forks in the road ahead, only this one. But everyone was hesitant because the cave was emitting a cold aura. It seemed extremely ominous. Let's go. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, but he planned to continue. After all, he hadn't achieved his goal of coming to the ancient tomb. His cultivation hadn't broken through to the king spirit realm, so he had to continue. Everyone nodded. They were all geniuses. Although they were a little afraid, they weren't afraid of any challenges or difficulties. After entering the cave, a fishy smell spread out, and there was the sound of dripping water. It was dark in front of them and visibility was very low. This made everyone even more serious. Chapter 687. Corpse Cave. Everyone could only vaguely see what was around them. They couldn't see anything far away. Only Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Previously, he had consumed a lot of soul force to kill the purple lightning young master. But in the following period of time, his soul force had slowly recovered. So even though he couldn't see far, his soul force was still spreading out like water. Moreover, he discovered that in the ancient tomb, it was difficult for a martial artist to recover their spiritual energy, but their soul force wasn't affected. This was the complete opposite of the outside world. In the outside world, spiritual energy recovered quickly while soul force recovered slowly. Careful! Suddenly Lin Ling shouted, causing heavenly concubine to frown and slow down her pace. Ah, what is this? Save me! At that instant, the terrified voice of one of the geniuses could be heard, causing the crowd's heart to skip a beat. They cautiously glanced in the direction of the voice and saw one of the geniuses being grabbed by the ankle and dragged into the ground by a rock-like arm. This place is a cave. Even if he explodes with his strength, it shouldn't affect the ancient tomb. Master Zhao, hurry and help! Duan Tiangang shouted, causing the genius whose ankle was grabbed to explode with his strength. Finally, the hand beneath his feet shattered, and a figure with a broken arm crawled out from the ground. It was a zombie. Moreover, this zombie's pupils were a dark gold color, causing everyone to guess that this was a golden corpse. Lin Ling had encountered zombies before in the cloud domain. However, what he faced at that time wasn't a golden corpse. It was said that golden corpses were refined from powerful martial artists using an evil secret technique after they died. After becoming a golden corpse, they wouldn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. If they were released into the outside world, they would be able to swallow the clouds and ride the mist, living eternally. They were extremely terrifying. Kill! Duan Tiangang roared and rushed forward, helping that genius kill the golden corpse. After all, that genius was someone that their Justice Duan family had recruited. After the two of them joined forces, they finally killed the golden corpse. Behind them, Lin Ling and the others didn't move. Their eyes constantly flashed. Could they make a move here? In this way, Lin Ling was in a bit of danger. After all, Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch's strength was terrifying. On Lin Ling's side, only Qin Ji could block them. As expected, after Duan Tiangang killed the golden corpse, he calmly walked back and exchanged a glance with the Dragon Monarch. Killing intent could be seen in the depths of their eyes. It was time to act. In that case, they should focus on eliminating some troublesome enemies. And Lin Ling was the first to die. The two of them had a tacit understanding in their hearts as they slowly walked towards Lin Ling. The killing intent at the corners of their mouths was extremely strong. On the other hand, Qin Ji and Qin Zhengtian's expressions turned solemn. The other party had 4 people while they had 4 people on their side. However, no matter how they looked at it, their side was slightly weaker. After all, Qin Zhengtian wasn't a match for the Dragon Monarch and young Master Xueling. Don't you all feel that this place is strange? At this moment, Lin Ling's casual voice rang out, causing Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch to frown. However, they soon sneered. No matter how strange it is, I will kill you first. Is that so? The people who were caught by the golden corpses have been poisoned. The golden corpses may not be able to block your attacks, but they are poisonous. Lin Ling said word by word. He had received the memories of the Wuji Sword Saint, so he was incomparably familiar with the golden corpses. What? The genius whose ankle was caught by the golden corpse was shocked. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. You have a way to save me? Yes, but why should I save you? Yes. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. His words caused the genius's face to turn sinister. You don't seem to have a choice. Yes. Lin Ling felt that it was very funny. These people wanted to kill him, but before they killed him, they actually wanted him to save them. They seemed to think too highly of themselves. Then he said indifferently, I don't have a choice, but you don't seem to have a choice either. Because right now, a large number of golden corpses are surrounding us. Without me, you won't be able to escape from the golden corpses' encirclement. Yes. Boom. This news caused Duan Tiangang and the others to tremble. Although they weren't afraid of the golden corpses were poisonous. Moreover, if a large number of golden corpses surrounded them, it would be difficult for them to escape. After all, fighting the golden corpses to the death was strenuous and unrewarding. They couldn't recover their spirit energy at all. Then they looked at Lin Ling in shock. This place was gray, but Lin Ling seemed to be able to see further than them. If they killed Lin Ling, they would be surrounded by the golden corpses. If they didn't kill Lin Ling, perhaps they could use Lin Ling to escape from the cave. Let's put this matter aside for now. Leave this place first. Lin Ling, bring us out of here. Yes. After weighing the pros and cons, Duan Tiangang finally said indifferently. Hypocrite. Yes. The heavenly concubine couldn't help but curse. However, Duan Tiangang didn't care at all. He still looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Lin Ling's lips curled into a mocking smile. You said you wanted to kill me before, but you didn't dare to do it. Now you say you want to kill me again, but you still don't dare to do it. 2 pieces of trash. After saying that, Lin Ling saw that Duan Tiangang and the heavenly concubine's expressions were incomparably ugly. Only then did he say indifferently, however, since you don't plan to attack anymore, then we can cooperate. Follow me. Follow me. Lin Ling was very clear that this cave might be a corpse cave or a burial cave. Therefore, leaving the cave immediately was the right way. Now that a large number of golden corpses had arrived, if he wanted to escape from the encirclement, he would have to borrow Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch's hands. Therefore, he planned to let the two of them force their way out together. Pa pa pa. At this moment, a group of golden corpses indeed appeared. They were densely packed and were everywhere in the cave. Those golden eyes made one tremble with fear. The most terrifying thing was that these golden corpses were poisonous. Go! Go! Lin Ling's expression was solemn as he shouted to the heavenly concubine. Then he looked for a way out in the gray cave. Everyone hurriedly followed. They knew that Lin Ling seemed to know the easiest way out, so they had to follow Lin Ling. Although Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch had a grudge against Lin Ling, they couldn't care so much now. They needed to rely on Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also needed their help. They were using each other. Kill! Kill! Even so, there were still golden corpses in front of them. Then, everyone began to fight with the golden corpses. The entire cave seemed to be collapsing as spiritual energy sputtered in all directions. Lin Ling didn't attack at all. He still preserved his spiritual energy and let Duan Tiangang, the Dragon Monarch, and the others attack. At the same time, with their help, Lin Ling roughly checked the strength of the top 10 of the 18 young masters. They were indeed very powerful. They weren't ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators at all. Therefore, if Lin Ling couldn't break through in the tomb, then he would definitely be in danger after leaving the tomb. It was chaos. The entire cave seemed to be wriggling like a stomach. Ancient corpses awakened one after another and surged over like waves. The crowd was also in a state of chaos. In the end, they scattered. Lin Ling had no choice but to enter one of the caves and run madly. However, Lin Ling believed that the heavenly concubine and the others had also escaped from the golden corpse's encirclement. It was just that the situation was urgent and they had no choice but to be separated. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling continued along the cave. This cave was very long. After a full hour, Lin Ling finally arrived at an even larger cave. The walls of this cave were fiery red and looked quite old. The tomb is indeed very mysterious. Lin Ling frowned and said. His gaze swept forward. Then he realized that the fiery red wall in front of him didn't seem to be a wall, but a demonic beast the size of a mountain. Oh! Chapter 688. Xiaoyanqi. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He took a closer look and realized that the huge demonic beast was lying on the ground. Its neck was bound by a thick black gold chain, making it unable to escape. Could it be a tomb guardian beast? But this beast is really huge. Woo! At this moment, the huge beast on the ground opened its eyes. An ancient aura was released, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble. This demonic beast is still alive. However, the demonic beast only looked at Lin Ling without moving. This made Lin Ling feel that the demonic beast's life force was very weak. It might die at any moment. It might have been tied up for thousands of years. How pitiful. Being used as a tomb guardian beast and tied up for thousands of years. This demonic beast must miss its hometown. Moreover, the demonic beast's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Lin Ling also saw that many parts of the demonic beast's body had turned into stone. This was turning into stone with the passage of time. However, Lin Ling saw a pair of clear eyes in the demonic beast's arm. Looks like there's a small demonic beast in the demonic beast's arm? Could it be its descendant? After pondering for a while, Lin Ling walked over. Only then did he realize that it was a small monkey that was slightly bigger than a fist. This monkey's body was covered in red fur, but the fur on its neck was white. It looked somewhat cute, but because it was too weak and hadn't eaten for a long time, this small monkey was also extremely weak. Lin Ling quickly took out the yang spiritual fruit and placed it in front of the small monkey. The small monkey was not afraid of Lin Ling. It stretched out its claws and grabbed the yang spiritual fruit and ate it. Moreover, it let out a happy laugh, as if it had never eaten something so delicious since it was born. Woo-woo. The huge demonic beast let out a low growl, as if it was thanking Lin Ling. It also seemed to be saying something to the small monkey. Tears flowed out of the small monkey's clear eyes, as if it was reluctant to part with it. It even passed the half-eaten yang spiritual fruit to the huge demonic beast. The familial affection between each of its actions caused Lin Ling's heart to ripple. Then Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He noticed that the huge demonic beast was looking at him, as if it was begging him to let Lin Ling take the small monkey away. After all, if it stayed here, the small monkey would die. Staring at the huge demonic beast, Lin Ling could feel that it was a mother's pleading. If it wasn't for the huge chain, The mother would have kowtowed and begged Lin Ling, "Okay, I'll do my best." Lin Ling nodded. His personality was sometimes kind and sometimes evil. He was fierce to his enemies but very kind to his friends and family. If he could help, he would naturally help. Moreover, the huge demonic beast was about to die at any moment. Therefore, if Lin Ling ignored the little monkey would probably die as well. Woo-woo. The small monkey seemed to know what its mother was thinking. It let out a mournful wail towards the sky like a wolf cub. Lin Ling gently picked it up and placed it on his shoulder. Then he bowed slightly to the huge demonic beast before continuing to move forward. Woo-woo. The small monkey was still wailing towards the sky. Tears flowed out of its clear eyes, causing Lin Ling to sigh in his heart. This made him suddenly think of his mother. He wondered where she was now. Finally, the small monkey's wailing became softer and softer. It seemed to have entered a deep sleep. Lin Ling sensed that the small monkey was fine, so he continued to move forward. At the same time, he gave the small monkey a name in his heart, Little Flame. Although the monkey was small, its fur was fiery red, like a ball of fire. Therefore, the name Little Flame suited it very well. A man and a monkey walked through the cave. Along the way, Little Flame woke up a few times. Lin Ling gave it the yang spiritual fruit each time, which made the little guy happy. It seemed to like the taste of the yang spiritual fruit very much. After eating it a few times, Little Flame would enter a deep sleep again. Lin Ling sensed that Little Flame seemed to be recovering. After Lin Ling smiled, he also ate the yang spiritual fruit. He was a bit puzzled. Just what level was Little Flame? Seeing that Little Flame's elder was so huge and could become a tomb guardian beast, Little Flame's origin should be extraordinary. However, Little Flame was still very weak at the moment, so Lin Ling could not sense anything. At the same time, he could not tell where Little Flame came from. This corpse cave is very large. Just this corpse cave alone is so terrifying. This ancient tomb must be even more mysterious. Lin Ling looked at the cave again. It was still quiet, but a cold wind blew out, causing one to shudder. At present, Lin Ling only wanted to find the heavenly concubine and the others as soon as possible. Fortunately, their movement jade tablets had guidance. He only needed to follow the guidance. And at this moment in another cave, Duan Tiangang and the others were gathered there. Not far from them there was an exit to the cave. Light shone in from outside the cave, and that seemed to be the path to their next destination. But at this moment Duan Tiangang and the others didn't leave. All of them had solemn expressions as they stared at the blood pool within the cave. The blood pool was bubbling with blood. Above it was a giant heart that was slowly jumping. Every time it jumped, the hearts of Duan Tiangang and the others trembled. An evil aura spread out from the cave. What is that? What a terrifying aura! The heavenly concubine and Qin Zhengtian were also here. At this moment they didn't dare to move. They sensed that this was the heretical god's heart. This evil power came from ancient times. It had once roamed unhindered in a certain holy land for thousands of years. In the end, it was suppressed by the combined efforts of powerful martial artists. It was very terrifying. If the heretical god's heart wanted to attack them, none of them could resist. The reason why they didn't attack now was because the heretical god's heart wanted them to be a blood sacrifice. They couldn't leave. If they wanted to leave, they would be the first to die. The ancient tomb was very mysterious. It seemed to hide ancient secrets. Rumble! Before everyone's eyes, the beating heart flew out, emitting a blood-red light. An ancient voice rang out, spreading to everyone's ears. Only 2 of you can live and become my followers. The rest of you must be sacrificed. A deep voice sounded, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Only 2 of them could live? Dream on! The genius who was scratched by the golden corpse shouted. How could he be trampled on? So he attacked. You're courting death. Endless blood-red light spread out. Under everyone's gazes, the genius's head was grabbed by a blood-red hand. Then, a large amount of blood essence was absorbed. The genius was actually sucked dry. No, save me! The genius was still screaming in fear. But his voice was getting softer and softer. That genius wasn't weak. He was also one of the 18 young masters. Although he was a little weaker than young Master Xueling, he could easily defeat those in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He was a true genius from one of the 7 great martial arts palaces. But he couldn't block a single move. Duan Tiangang and the others' hearts surged. They were afraid. Only 2 of you can live. Yes. Chapter 689. Mysterious heart. When that voice landed in everyone's ears, it caused their pupils to constrict. Some were even at a loss, and in the end, their eyes turned red with hatred. They thought of many things. They thought of their childhood, thought of their growth, thought of how they would rule the world in the future. So they couldn't die here. At this moment, everyone looked at each other with killing intent. Only 2 people could live. This meant that the other party had to die, but they couldn't. Brother Ji, you want to kill me? Qin Zhengtian looked at Qin Ji with red eyes. He sensed that Qin Ji, who had the same bloodline, wanted to kill him. Then, he looked at the heavenly concubine because he sensed that the heavenly concubine also wanted to kill him. Qin Ji, I knew that you were afraid that I would rise up and surpass you. So you wanted to kill me, right? And heavenly concubine, you came with Lin Ling. In fact, you have been hiding a secret in your heart. It's just that we didn't know about it. Qin Zhengtian retreated step by step. He released his aura. He wanted to kill everyone here even if he had to die. As for Qin Ji and the heavenly concubine, they looked at each other coldly. They didn't believe anyone but themselves. Only 2 people can live. To be safe, you all have to die. It's enough for me to live. Duan Tiangang and the others were also filled with killing intent. The atmosphere in the cave was extremely oppressive. To become my follower, I will definitely focus on nurturing you. The ancient tomb is an ancient battlefield. It has the desolate beast 9-tailed ancient flame devil, the spirit artifact great sky drum, the heavenly fish sacred halberd, the bloodline power, the power king's inheritance, and so on. Only my follower can obtain them. The evil voice floated out again. It seemed to be the master of the ancient tomb. Kill. Duan Tiangang, Longsheng, and the others' eyes turned red. If they could obtain those treasures, they would soar into the sky and become famous in the rainforest. So they had to kill. The heavenly concubine, Qin Zhengtian, and the others also attacked. However, at this moment a cold voice sounded. If you are so powerful, why are you trapped here? The voice was like a large bell, causing the murderous crowd to stop. There was a trace of struggle in their eyes. Soon after, they saw that the beating heart was still above the blood pool and had not floated out. At the same time, a young man in a blue and white robe slowly walked out from another cave. His expression was indifferent and there was a small red monkey lying on his left shoulder. When people looked at him, their hearts became even more solemn. It was Lin Ling. He's not dead yet. But even if he's not dead, he'll still die here. Duan Tiangang and the others stared at Lin Ling with bloodshot eyes. Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he looked at the beating heart. If you are so powerful, you could kill them with a flip of your hand. Why did you trick them into committing suicide? Do I need to bewitch you? They don't have the qualifications, and neither do you. You will know how powerful I am. The evil heart let out a low sound and a terrifying aura surged out. It was an aura that surpassed the Holy Spirit realm. It seemed to come from ancient times, from the distant continent. This evil god's heart did not seem to be a product of the rainforest continent. The aura was very terrifying, but when it enveloped Lin Ling was indifferent. Instead, he took a step forward. This is your strength. The cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the evil heart to violently beat. You have some ability, but that's it. But in the next moment, an even more terrifying aura bloomed. It was an ancient battlefield where countless ancient races were fighting. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Some were races with runes all over their bodies, while others were giants with 3 heads and 6 arms. These ancient martial artists all had king bodies. However, Lin Ling took another step forward, and the terrifying aura dissipated once again. How is this possible? The evil heart let out a surprised sound. Then one treasure after another appeared in front of Lin Ling. There was the ancient flame devil with 9 tails, the heavenly fish sacred halberd's power, the power king's inheritance, the wind king's inheritance, the wind king's inheritance, the howling wind and clouds, These were all in the ancient tomb. However, Lin Ling took another step forward. Do you think you're the ancient tomb's master? You're just a martial artist who entered here before. Because your physical body died, you used an evil method to survive. You're just an outsider, and an outsider who has run out of oil. When this voice came out, the heavenly concubine and the other's pupils constricted. The madness in their eyes gradually disappeared. Could it be that this was not the evil god's heart? You're so powerful, how about you take one of my moves? Lin Ling said again. He extended his left hand and a surging flame energy gushed out, turning into a flame tongue that incessantly burned the hanging heart. Ah, who are you? The heart emitted a frightened cry. Then the blood pool surged and turned into a demonic arm that grabbed at Lin Ling. However, just as the arm was about to touch Lin Ling's large clear eyes on Lin Ling's shoulder suddenly opened. An invisible aura bloomed. It's actually it. How did you obtain it? The arm was suppressed by the invisible aura and began to corrode. This change surprised Lin Ling. In fact, the arm couldn't hurt him at all. This was because he knew that this evil heart wasn't that powerful. After all, after staying in the ancient tomb for a long time, even the strongest martial artists would exhaust their spiritual energy. What surprised him was that Little Flame was able to cause this evil heart to feel incomparable fear. Little Flame's origin was indeed extraordinary. Bang! The scorching flames were still burning the heart, but this time, the heart seemed to be afraid of Lin Ling. It sank into the pool of blood and then disappeared. What is going on? After the heart disappeared, Qin Zhengtan and the others frowned and muttered to themselves. That strange feeling from before had suddenly disappeared. Illusion. Lin Ling said indifferently. Qin Zhengtian and the others narrowed their eyes. They had fallen into an illusion? That heart is indeed a bit evil. I don't know where it came from, but it practiced unorthodox martial arts and had the power to control the secrets of other people's hearts. Therefore, at the beginning, it used an illusion to make you think that it was very powerful and had an ancient origin. It was impossible to resist, so you didn't dare to attack it from the beginning. Then, it used the temptation of the ancient tomb's treasures to make you fall for it. Then it used life and death to make you kill each other. Lin Ling said again. The reason why he wasn't affected was because his soul force was incomparably powerful. Moreover, he had been watching from afar, so he knew everything. Then Lin Ling pointed at the genius that had been killed by the heart and said, "Actually, he's fine, but his heart died." He was affected by the illusion and thought that he was dead. Everyone looked at the withered genius and discovered that he hadn't withered at all. He was simply fine. However, he was affected by the illusion and thought that he was dead. In the end, his heart died and he died. What a terrifying illusion. However, Lin Ling, why are you fine? Chapter 690. The Path of Inheritance, because you're just trash. Lin Ling replied coldly. If the heavenly concubine and Qin Zhengtian weren't here, Lin Ling wouldn't have made a move. He would have just watched Duan Tiangang and Qin Zhengtian kill each other. Unfortunately, the heavenly concubine and Qin Zhengtian were here, so he couldn't be so heartless. You dare scold me? This is a cave, so it won't cause the tomb to collapse. If I wanted to kill you, would you be able to stop me? Duan Tiangang revealed his killing intent. Haha, this isn't the first time you've said this, right? But when did you dare to kill me? Also, do you think that the evil heart has disappeared? Or is it still hiding in the surroundings, waiting for you to kill me and then control you, turning you into a zombie? Lin Ling smiled calmly and looked at Duan Tiangang fearlessly. If you want to kill me, come on. If you can't do it every time, how can you talk about martial arts? I think you're just a trash. He didn't show any mercy. After all, if he hadn't appeared, Duan Tiangang and the Dragon Monarch might have died. Now that he had saved them, not only were they not grateful, they still wanted to kill him. Lin Ling didn't need to show mercy to such people. Duan Tiangang clenched his fists tightly, veins popping out. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he was afraid of Lin Ling. After all, he couldn't stop that evil thing. So if he killed Lin Ling and that thing came out, he would be controlled again just like before. After leaving the tomb, I'll challenge you. Duan Tiangang clenched his teeth and said. Then he ran towards the cave on the side. The dragon monarch did the same. They had heard the heart say that there were many treasures in the tomb, such as the heavenly fish sacred halberd and the Power King's inheritance. If they could get these, they wouldn't need to fear Linling, they wouldn't even need to fear the Great Qin Empire. So they had to get the treasures before anyone else. Everyone left one after another. Only Linling and the other 3 were left in the cave. Qinji looked at Linling and said sincerely, "Elder Lin, thank you for before." Previously, although he had spiritual intelligence, he was controlled by greed and almost made a big mistake. Fortunately, Linling appeared and gave them a head-on blow, which made them rein in their horses at the edge of the cliff. Linling was younger than him and his cultivation was lower, but he was stronger than him. If it wasn't for Linling, they would have been wiped out long ago. "Don't worry, we're on the same side. Let's quickly leave the cave. That thing from before was very evil. I don't know what else it has up its sleeves." Linling waved his hand and let everyone out of the cave. After Linling and the others left the cave, a blood-red heart appeared in a corner of the cave ceiling, emanating an aura of resentment. Ferocious beast. That young man actually tamed a ferocious beast. You should know that ferocious beast's bloodline is even more ancient and ferocious than demonic beasts. Who exactly is that young man? Outside the cave there was another ancient road, but the rocks on the ground were grayish-white. Along the way, everyone roughly explained what happened after they separated. As for the heavenly concubine, she curiously looked at Little Flame. She felt that Little Flame was cute and wanted to hug it. However, Little Flame didn't seem to recognize strangers, and instead avoided the heavenly concubine. This made Linling smile helplessly. None of them could see Little Flame's origins. They only thought that Little Flame was an ordinary demonic beast. Only Linling knew that when the evil heart made its move, it was intimidated by Little Flame's aura. Therefore, Little Flame's position among demonic beasts shouldn't be low. However, Linling still wasn't sure what Little Flame was. Not long after, a fork appeared in the road ahead. The road was divided into hundreds of small paths that were filled with mist. These small paths were filled with mystery and were strange of every description. Some were dazzling, some were filled with killing intent, and some were filled with dense spirit chi. They seemed to have reached a crucial point. There are footprints on a few of the small paths. Duan Tiangang and the others have just passed by here. Qinji looked at the ground and said. However, what surprised everyone was that Duan Tiangang and the others had separated, each taking a small path. If I'm not wrong, the appearance of these small paths only has one meaning: the end of the treasure. Linling's eyes flickered. His words caused the heavenly concubine and the others to tremble. Had they finally arrived? They had already collected a lot of treasures before, but it was clear that the later the treasures were, the more valuable they were. However, there are many of these small paths. Not every one of them has precious treasures. Perhaps some of them have nothing. Linling guessed. There was a problem here, and that was that it depended on luck. If one's luck was good, they would be able to obtain a peerless treasure. If one's luck was bad, then they might have come to the ancient tomb for nothing. The heavenly concubine and the others' hearts surged. The opportunity to soar into the sky was right in front of their eyes. Duan Tiangang and the others must have obtained some benefits. Qinji said with some envy. His strength was comparable to Duan Tiangang and the dragon monarch. However, if they obtained some benefits, then they would surpass him after leaving the ancient tomb. They would be high above him. Do you still have a chance? After all, you haven't chosen your own small path. However, this ancient tomb is quite fair. Everyone has a chance to soar into the sky. In the end, it depends on luck. Linling smiled. He wasn't as nervous as Qinji and the others. Perhaps to him, he was already satisfied with being able to break through in the ancient tomb. Of course, he would be even happier if he obtained some unexpected treasures. Then which path will everyone choose? The heavenly concubine said with anticipation. There were many paths, so everyone took their own path. The few of them fell silent. The choice was very important, so they didn't casually decide on a path. That path feels very familiar to me. I want to go there. The heavenly concubine then pointed at a path that emitted black and white light. Linling and the others nodded. The heavenly concubine's luck was better than theirs. She felt a sense of familiarity with the small path. This meant that the small path might have something that the heavenly concubine wanted. This was a kind of intuition. Although it also depended on luck, it was still better than choosing a path without feeling anything. I choose that path. I choose this one. Qin Ji and Qin Zhongtian also made their choices. Then they looked at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling smiled helplessly. To be honest, he didn't feel much about these paths. However, when he looked at them with the eye of time, he realized that these paths often changed. This meant that other than Duan Tiangang and the others, he wasn't very clear about who else had walked on these paths before. Little Flame, you choose. Suddenly, Lin Ling looked at Little Flame on his shoulder and said. Little Flame's ears perked up. Its fiery red long tail swayed and its claw pointed at one of the paths. That path was very ordinary. It was a muddy road with grass growing on the side. Compared to the other paths that emitted a dazzling light, it was much dimmer. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had chosen a path without any treasures. However, Little Flame was born in the ancient tomb. Since it had chosen that path, perhaps there was something mysterious there. Lin Ling. Chapter 691. The Road Within the Road. I'm guessing that the end of this road is also the exit of the tomb. Let's meet outside. Lin Ling wasn't overly sentimental. After saying that, he led Little Flame towards the small path. Lin Ling, do your best. Heavenly Concubine shouted from behind, making Lin Ling nod with a smile. Entering the path, Lin Ling discovered that it was extremely quiet. Both sides of the path were rock walls covered in moss. Judging from the mud on the ground, it was clear that no one had walked through this path. Perhaps this path was too ordinary. However, Lin Ling was very cautious. After all, everything in the tomb was very mysterious. The quieter the place, the more dangerous it was. Gigi. On his shoulder, Little Flame's clear eyes were open. There was excitement but also fear. If it wasn't for following Lin Ling, it wouldn't have dared to come here. Gradually, Lin Ling arrived at the end. What made him surprised was that this path was indeed very ordinary. There was no danger at all. However, at the end there was an ancient stone table. On top of it was a green-gray wooden box. It looked somewhat extraordinary. It seems that as long as no one has walked through a small path, there will be treasures. Lin Ling thought. He was very sure that Duan Tiangang and the others had a great harvest. Perhaps they could soar into the sky. Soon after, he slowly walked towards the stone table. Little Flame jumped down from his shoulder and landed on the stone table. It gently opened the wooden box on the stone table. Inside lay a gray ring. This ring looked very ordinary. When Little Flame passed it to Lin Ling realized that the ring was made of neither metal nor wood. The material used to make it was extremely strange. What is this? Lin Ling was a little curious. After he poured his spirit energy into the ring, he immediately felt a connection with the ring. It was as if the ring had its own spirit. What made Lin Ling shocked was that the space inside the ring was incomparably large. It was vast and boundless. It was even separated from the outside world. It had its own spirit energy. This meant that if Lin Ling placed pills inside the ring, it wouldn't be affected by the outside world and wither. This was a half-spirit weapon. Lin Ling was ecstatic in his heart. He carefully looked at the ring and found out that it had a famous name. It was called the Green Ring and was also called a storage ring. It was a better storage item than a rune bag. After all, the things that were placed inside could be preserved for a long time. This showed how terrifying the ring was. For example, if a plant was placed inside, perhaps the plant would never wither, but the rune bag could not do this. Haha. The harvest from this path is not bad. Lin Ling smiled happily as he placed the rune bag's contents into his storage ring. Soon after, he discovered that the already withered pills were slowly recovering. This meant that he no longer needed to be afraid of consuming spiritual energy in the ancient tomb. Rumble. After the ring was taken out, a huge bronze door quietly appeared behind the stone table. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he guessed that the bronze door led to the outside world. Sure enough, after obtaining the treasures of the small path, the ancient tomb's journey had come to an end. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He guessed that the others should have obtained the corresponding treasures. Lin Ling felt that it was a pity. After all, the storage ring was good, but it was a half-spirit weapon. It didn't have the ability to attack, and he hadn't broken through to the next realm. GG. At this moment, little flame pointed behind the bronze door. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. There was a path there. Could it be that this wasn't the end of the ancient tomb? Lin Ling's heart shook. He didn't leave through the bronze door, but continued forward. At the same time, on another small path, Duan Tiangang and the others had obtained precious treasures. They were all overjoyed. After the bronze door appeared, they left one after another. There was a path behind the bronze door, but they didn't see it. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't care. Because that path didn't look like it was meant for humans. It seemed to be empty, so they didn't choose to continue forward. Only Lin Ling's path was more obvious. Maybe it was the benefit of the muddy path. Although it looked ordinary, and the treasures were also ordinary, the path to the next location was clearer. In addition to Little Flame's unintentional pointing, Lin Ling had a feeling that the ancient tomb wasn't as simple as it seemed. Maybe the previous one was just little treasure. The real treasures were at the back. The following path was still calm. The final destination was a cliff. There stood a figure wearing white clothes. It was like an illusion but also real. It looked indifferently at the cliff. As Lin Ling gradually approached, the figure turned around, and Lin Ling discovered that it was a very young man. "Take a punch from me, and you can continue forward," the young man said indifferently. "How strange. It looks like a person but also like an illusion. It's half real and half fake." Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Then he heard the young man speak again. "I'm not an illusion but a consciousness. My attack is real. If you can't block it, you will die. And if you want to go to the altar, you have to pass 3 checkpoints." Consciousness? Martial consciousness? Lin Ling's heart trembled violently. Could it be similar to the limitless sword saint? A consciousness left behind by a martial artist? But if he wanted to continue forward, it seemed like he had to take a punch. "Okay. Then let's test your strength," Lin Ling said indifferently. The young man in white nodded. Without saying anything, he threw a simple punch at Lin Ling. This punch seemed simple, but it was earth-shattering. Lin Ling even felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rolling, controlled by the young man, and turned into a punch. This martial consciousness was very terrifying. It could even borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the ancient tomb. Moreover, this area was like the corpse cave. No power could affect the ancient tomb's collapse. Since it was like this, Lin Ling didn't need to hold back. Boom! Scorching flames exploded. Lin Ling's right hand pulled out the big sword on his back. Holding it with both hands, he slashed out heavily, dominating the world. This sword was half a step to 70% martial intent. Boom! The fist collided with the sword intent, and an even more terrifying force exploded. Little Flame, who was on Lin Ling's shoulder, had to squint its eyes and wrap its tail tightly around Lin Ling's shoulder to prevent itself from being flung away. "With your strength, you are invincible in the peak of the King Spirit realm. You can go to the next location." "Yes." After a moment, the young man in white appeared and said indifferently. At the same time, he stepped aside. His punch had been broken by Lin Ling, and his cultivation was at the peak of the King Spirit realm. Moreover, this young man was not an ordinary peak of the King Spirit realm. He was an existence even more terrifying than a prodigy. However, he still couldn't stop Lin Ling. "You let me win." "Yes." Lin Ling took a step forward, bringing Little Flame with him. At the same time, he asked, "The power you control seems to be somewhat different. It's the true meaning of martial arts, but it has a different flavor. Why is that?" "Yes. Control like silk." "Yes." The young man replied indifferently. Then, he disappeared from the cliff. "Control like silk?" "Yes." Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew what control like silk meant. For example, his fire controlling water was one of them. When one's control of spiritual energy reached the level of detail, one could control a huge amount of spiritual energy like a thread. This was a martial technique that had reached the point of perfection. After all, when a cultivator cultivated, the more spiritual energy they had, the more powerful they would be. Sometimes, if one could control that power to the point of perfection, even a trace of spiritual energy could be controlled. At that time, one could display 120% of one's strength. Chapter 692. The Three Checkpoints Rumble. In the distance, a bridge slowly swam over, connecting to the path below the cliff. Lin Ling took a step forward and soon arrived at the top of a cliff. A white-clothed figure was also standing there. Upon closer inspection, it was still the same young man from before. However, he was much older and looked to be in his 20s. "Take 2 of my punches and you can continue." "Yes," the white-robed youth said indifferently, his words still the same. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly, and he nodded. Interesting, the difficulty seemed to be increasing. After all, the youth before was at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm, but now he was at the early stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. Apart from that, he had to face 2 punches. The white-clothed youth did not say anything else as he threw a punch at Lin Ling. What was surprising was that the spirit energy fluctuations brought about by this punch seemed to be weaker than the punch of the youth from before. However, Lin Ling didn't dare to underestimate this young man. His control of intent was like silk. This white-robed young man's control of the intent of martial was even more powerful. Hence, Lin Ling didn't sense any terrifying spirit chi fluctuations, but the power of that fist was definitely even more terrifying. Dominating the world. Yes. Lin Ling let out a low growl, and a terrifying sword intent burst forth. Compared to the previous sword, he had a faint understanding of this sword, controlling the martial intent. At the same time, his cultivation level was one step closer to the Emperor's Spirit Realm. The 3 king elephants in his dantian began to condense, forming a mysterious Dao platform. This was the Emperor's Spirit Dao platform, the symbol of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. Dao platforms were the source of power, and also the core of the king elephant. Every Emperor's Spirit Realm expert had one. Of course, some had only 1 Dao platform while others had 2 or even 3. This was the difference between an ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm expert and a genius Emperor Spirit Realm expert. The clearer the Dao platforms, the higher the purity of the spiritual chi, and the longer the endurance. This was the foundation of a martial artist. Lin Ling knew this very well. All this time he had been cultivating step by step, and his foundation was solid. Rumble. Under that sword strike, cracks appeared on the fist, but it still smashed towards Lin Ling. If it hit, Lin Ling would probably die here. However, when the fist got closer to Lin Ling, it finally collapsed. Being slashed by tyrannical Song of the World was like a sword. If the leaves didn't shatter, they would shatter when they hit the ground. The white-robed youth's expression didn't change, and he punched out a second time. This punch still didn't have much spirit chi fluctuations, but what was terrifying was that it caused cracks to appear in space. It felt as if space had turned into a piece of glass, and a crack had appeared from the punch. Space was void. To be able to create cracks in space, this true intent of martial intents will control like silk was even more amazing. Flames of the great vermilion bird. Lin Ling bellowed. He was already prepared. Raising both his hands, the blazing vermilion bird of fire appeared. This was also a true intent of martial, and it had reached 60%. Although the grade of this true intent wasn't as high as the true intent of sword, its might was much stronger than the true intent of sword. After all, fire was the martial Dao that Lin Ling had been comprehending since he was young. Rumble. The huge vermilion bird collided with the fist, and sparks flew everywhere. After that, a calm voice sounded out. 60% true intent of fire will control like silk, even stronger than the true intent of sword from before. You can go to the next location. Sigh. The white-robed youth stepped aside. His tone as calm as if he was talking to a friend. In truth, if Lin Ling couldn't withstand the previous 2 punches, he wouldn't even blink if Lin Ling died. Lin Ling didn't say anything, and took a large step forward. Facing 2 bodies of consciousness, although his cultivation realm hadn't increased, his strength had increased by a full 10%. This allowed him to grasp the will control like silk, and this was learned from the other party. Of course, all of this seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. After all, Lin Ling was facing an invincible existence in the King's Spirit Realm, and an invincible existence in the early stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. And yet, Lin Ling still won. This showed how solid Lin Ling's foundation was. The next location was still the same white-robed figure, and this was the last checkpoint. Lin Ling looked over. It was still the same person from before, but he was older, about 40 years old, and his cultivation realm was at the middle stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. This checkpoint would be very difficult to pass. 3 punches. If you can withstand them, you can go to the altar, the white-robed middle-aged man said indifferently, and Lin Ling asked, "What is an altar?" "Yes. We are only here to guard the altar, and we don't know what it is. But if anything from the outside approaches, we will kill without mercy." The white-robed middle-aged man said indifferently, "Kill without mercy?" This was the truth because Lin Ling felt that the consciousness would change according to the cultivation realm of the person who entered. This meant that no matter how high the person's cultivation realm was, as long as they weren't the strongest in the same realm, they would die. "Begin." Yes. Without saying anything, Lin Ling exploded with full strength, not daring to underestimate the other party. Chi. It was still a punch, but this one was even more terrifying. It was silent, as formless and colorless as a soul attack. His control was like silk, and his control was even more terrifying. Even if his martial intent was weaker than Lin Ling's, he might be able to defeat Lin Ling's 60% martial intent. Dominating the world. Bang! The sword in his right hand slashed out heavily, and Lin Ling raised his left hand. The flames of the great vermilion bird were already brewing. Gotcha! The sword intent collided with the fist, and the fist shook. The sword intent that swept everything before it shattered like glass, and at the same time, the flames of the great vermilion bird burned. Rumble! 2 martial intents were needed to block the first punch. Swallowing a pill, Lin Ling focused. This time, the flames of the great vermilion bird appeared in his left hand, and he placed it in front of his chest. His right hand withdrew the sword, and he raised it high. Blazing sun. The vermilion bird sun appeared. There was no sun here, but there was light. Although it couldn't make the blazing sun reach its peak, it was at least a little stronger than the flames of the great vermilion bird. After all, the light also contained the light of the sun, just a little weaker. At this critical moment, Lin Ling couldn't care less. He fought with all his strength. Rumble! The second punch arrived. The flames of the great vermilion bird exploded, and then the huge sun was smashed away by Lin Ling. The entire cliff had turned into a sea of fire, and it was incomparably terrifying. The second punch was blocked by Lin Ling again. Third punch. The eyes of the middle-aged man in white were filled with shock. Even though he was a body of consciousness, he seemed to be surprised by the sturdiness of Lin Ling's foundation. Lin Ling couldn't block the third punch. His spiritual qi had not recovered, and the forceful extraction of spiritual qi caused blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. In his dantian, the Emperor's spiritual Tao platforms were becoming clearer. There were a total of 3 of them, but they still needed some time to condense. Boundless Demon Eye. Saber of Nirvana. At the most critical moment, Lin Ling used his trump card. This was the clash of soul power and martial intents. Gotcha! The mysterious pupil appeared, and the middle-aged man in white was momentarily stunned. Although he was a body of consciousness, he still had a soul, and so he was stunned. And the saber of Nirvana shot straight at him. Nirvana, soul-shattering. The middle-aged man in white's eyes narrowed. Clearly, he didn't expect Lin Ling to still have this trump card. Rumble. Shattered. The body of consciousness was smashed into pieces by Lin Ling's saber of Nirvana, and countless soul fragments drifted away. This was also the first time that Lin Ling had killed the other body of consciousness. Who? Even so, the middle-aged man in white's martial intents still injured Lin Ling, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. His blood boiled, and then he hurriedly sat down cross-legged. At the same time, the Emperor's spiritual Tao platforms in his dantian became clearer, and his dantian felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. He was about to break through. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.